Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. Welcome to today's Board of County Commissioner meeting, June 20th, 2023, 1 p.m. At this time, our clerk is going to do the invocation, and then we will have the pledge by Greg Pelletier. And if you are willing and able to please stand up, please join us. But Greg is a U.S. Air National Guard Air Force veteran, and he fought in Iraqi freedom, 2002 to 2003, and everyone knows our famous Madam Clerk. So thank you.
Would you bow with me? Father, thank you that your love is sufficient for all of our needs, that your grace goes before us in everything that we attempt and do. We ask for your presence and your dwelling with us today, with the leadership of this county in the difficult decisions that they have to make, and for your wisdom and guidance for them as they discuss and consider the business of our county. We ask for your special overshadowing of our first responders, for those that put themselves between us and harm every day, for those serving on our soil and those on foreign soil that have given their lives and sacrificed today, Father, for the freedoms that we enjoy. We worship you, we praise you, and we bow before you in adoration for your wisdom and guidance. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Greg?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. And clerk, if you could please read roll call.
Yes, ma'am. This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners, this 20th day of 2023. In attendance, Chair Ruthie Schleybaugh, First Vice Chair Holly Davis, Second Vice Chair Rebecca Bays, Commissioners Jeff Kennard and Diana Finnegan, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise Lyn.
Thank you. Board, I'm looking for approval of the agenda, and there are some additional items, C1, L2, C1, H2, and L2. Looking for
Madam
a
Chair.
motion. Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve the agenda with the addition of C1, H2, and L2.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, and I think I heard a second by Commissioner Kennard.
Not quite, but I
Okay.
will. I was going to ask the board if we could move L1 to the front of the agenda. We have some folks here from live stream that would be here to answer questions if need be. And I thought that if it was okay with the board, we would get that out of the way early so they could get on their way.
L2 is the
L1.
Oh, L1.
Yeah,
Okay, so
L1.
move L1 before the regular business. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm good with that.
very good. So I have a motion by Commissioner Davis with the changes and additions. And even looking for a second.
Second?
Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 5-0. Consent. Looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda. Do you want to do it in its entirety?
So moved?
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard,
Second.
second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment about the consent agenda? And seeing none. Is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 5-0. Okay. Where am I? So we are at C, proclamations, awards, and presentations.
Motion to approve C1
Commissioner
and,
Davis.
and the NACO award as well.
Okay, so we have additional item NACO awards, and then C1, Citrus County earns National Achievement Awards for best practices. So I have a motion by Commissioner Davis. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
I heard Commissioner Kennard. And is there any further board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. If you can join us up front. And I do want to say we will have open to the public next, but we do have a 1:30 time certain, so just keep that in mind that I might be stopping that. So board, please.
Citrus County has been recognized with 5 achievement awards from the National Association of Counties, also known as NACO. The awards honor innovative, effective county government programs that strengthen services for our residents. Will representatives of the following county divisions and programs please come forward? Citrus County Animal Services. Can I read to you? Citrus County Growth Management, Building Enterprise Digital Interface Phase 1. Citrus County Library Services, Compassionate Care Kits. Citrus County Systems Management, Scripting for Security, Standardization, and Savings. And Citrus County Visitors and Convention Bureau, Step Into Awesome brand campaign. The National Association of Counties strengthens America's counties, including nearly 40,000 county elected officials and 3.6 million county employees. Founded in 1935, NACO unites county officials to advocate for county government priorities in federal policymaking, promote exemplary county policies and practices, nurture leadership skills, and expand knowledge networks, optimize county and taxpayer resources and cost savings, and enrich the public's understanding of county government. Each year, NACO's Achievement Awards are given in 18 categories that reflect the vast, comprehensive services counties provide. The categories include children and youth, criminal justice and public safety, county administration, information technology, health, civic engagement, and more. Launched in 1970, the program is designed to recognize innovation in county government. Each nominated program is judged on its own merits and not against other applications. Thank you all for your wonderful work on these programs. Congratulations. Find all of our commissioners here hiding in the crowd. Why don't you move forward? We'll have these. Bureau, that's appropriate.
I'm gonna speak just for. What do you give me a photo and I'll say something. Oh, let me let him do the. I'll let him do the photo. I want to thank all the employees. When I came on board as the county administrator, when I walked the halls here in this county, one of the employees had showed me the last plaque they had received from NACO was from 1991. Which was a big deal in 1991. But they did this, and these are best practices. And not only is Citrus now leading the state of Florida, they're going to be leading the country. So we have some amazing employees, and I think they keep this county running, all the good work that they're doing. And I'm convinced, I said I have to get an engineer to actually look at these walls because there'll be so many plaques hanging up. We may have to reinforce the hallways. But congratulations to all the employees. They keep the county running, and this is just a testament to all the hard work they're doing in the leadership of this county. So thank all the employees for making this happen today.
If anyone would like to speak on behalf of the Animal Services Program, feel free. You could come to the podium.
Are we on? Thank you. I really actually want to say this award goes to Ms. Waterman, whose program this is, who is the one who approached the shelter. and tirelessly gives to her students. As far as her program is after school, she does it out of the goodness and being the amazing person that she is. It is awesome to see the parents come to the shelter with their children, to see parents actually involved in their kids, and just seeing that impact. But it also makes a tremendous impact on how it calms our animals. And it's just amazing to see. We also have, our staff has started collecting books for kids to read while they're at the shelter. So if anybody comes in with their kids, there is kind of their own library going on that we have available to kids as well. It's huge. What it does for kids to be able to read to animals who pass no judgment is a game changer. So this really does help.
If someone would like to speak on the growth management building enterprise.
I'm just thankful to have an opportunity to recognize the building department staff. They do a great job, and they're the front lines of customer service, and often under really difficult circumstances. So, and they do a great job, and they have a great attitude and a great spirit. So, just thankful to have an opportunity to honor them. So, appreciate it.
Would the representative of library services please come to the podium?
I'm very thankful to have received this award, and it wouldn't be possible without the great partnership we have with the resources we have for dementia education in our community, Deb Savage, Ed Youngblood, and all the staff that help raise awareness for dementia and just creating a wonderful partnership. So thank you.
Would the systems management representative please come forward?
Hi there, thank you. Systems management, back here, Alaric Andrews, he's the guy who really carried the water on this project. He took complicated, repetitive tasks that were security related and made it from something that took hours to do to seconds. And so it was a big time savings for our staff. It made us all much more efficient. It made us all much more secure. And it got rid of a lot of human error that could be introduced by doing repetitive tasks by hand. And I'm just really proud of him, and he's just made it really great for us and our team and for all of you. So thank you.
And last but not least, the Visitors Convention Bureau could step forward.
Thank you. Well, I'm very grateful to be included with all the other great departments doing things for the community. It's a privilege for us to showcase all the great amenities that the county has to the world. And like I said, I wish I was doing something as cool as helping children to read, but this is still a great honor. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm sorry for the mask. It's so awkward. I'm scheduled for my surgery on Monday in my cancer protocol and chemo, so they said to stay away from people this week, but this is my last duty for a little bit, so don't think I'm being a germaphobe. I'm just being a germaphobe, so thank you. Okay, so what time do we have? 1:15. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public. If there's anything you would like to talk about, please step forward. You can get 3 minutes to speak. If you're registered as a group, you get 5 minutes. Please state your name for the record and your address, and address all comments to the chairman, please. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Cindy Fine, representing the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Madam Chair, we want to thank you and all of you for diligently and consistently representing and thinking of the mental health and behavioral health communities. NAMI remains committed to a vision of a comprehensive facility where we can have diagnosis, treatment, and support. We continue to build collaborations between ourselves and Livestream, who gave us an office in their new building. Thank you. And to build collaborations with the community. I think I've spoken with almost every single one of you at some point about mental health. I want to thank Commissioner Bays for pushing through the mental health symposium, the behavioral health symposium. I think many people left there believing that we can do better, and you did what you do best. You didn't let it go. Thank you. So with that being said, I hope that whatever you decide today on the vote, that you remember this needs to address all of it. We know the Baker Act facility is not for care. It's required by the state, so we have to have it. We want it here in our county, so our people don't have to leave, so our deputies don't have to drive 2 hours every time, an hour there and an hour back, taking people back and forth. We want them here where they can get their medication, hopefully at the same place. They can see their doctors at the same place, and that we can go ahead and take care of behavioral issues. It's a proven fact that if you can recognize and diagnose mental health conditions, you can reduce homelessness, incarcerations, and hospitalizations within your community. We hope to do that. Madam Chair, you got this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs resident. I'm here to talk about county needs versus wants. I haven't been to a meeting, but I do watch and I do read and I do listen to people, and people come up to me in the grocery store. The biggest thing that I hear complaints about are the roads. Maybe you don't, but I do. The second thing is people feel that money should be spent on getting a mental health facility in our county, taking care of people's needs. We need to address people first. And that's what I keep hearing. People have to come first. If you're going to go out and you're going to give money or you're going to take out loans or debts, they would like it to be for people. You can't get to a Livestream building if you don't have a road. And that's the other thing. If you don't have the roads, you're not going to get there. You're not going to get the ambulance driver to come pick you up because they can't go down the dirt and go here and go there. Fire trucks can't get to someplace. We need to get the roads taken care of. In Beverly Hills, around the Civic Circle, we have the Central Ridge building. Okay, the other month and a half ago, maybe 2 months back, it got repaved. There was nothing wrong with that road, but it got repaved. And then they put lines down, but only on one side of the road. So, it was funny to me because, you've got parking spaces originally on both sides, now it's on one. And I know that comes from different tax dollars, different pots of money. You have to be looking at different things. The Adams Building, that might be a very good buy because as far as I know, the amount to get this building connected to the Koch building and all the reconstruction was going to be a lot more than 1.2 million. You're talking about a new building as opposed to an old one that has this and that fixed and this and that done. It might be something that you really, really might want to think into. Or how about you buy the 1.2 million Adams and turn it into the Livestream building, centrally located in the center of the county with enough space for people to have meetings, already built. You just have to redesign. The inside, they said you could redesign where you want to put the walls. You got 1.2 million you want to give Livestream? Buy them that building. Get it done. Get it up, get it operational. Betts Farm needs to go back on sale again. The money from that should be going for people. And that's what I've heard a lot of people complain about, wasting the money on other things. Now, I know you all go grocery shopping because it looks like you all eat. Either you have it delivered or you go to the store. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
What are you trying to say about us, Janet?
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Can I have 5 minutes? I'm representing the Citrus County Young Democrats. Thank you. So first off, roads, touche on that. All right, so good afternoon, commissioners. I stand before you today to emphasize the utmost importance of mental health services within our community. First and foremost, I want to thank and express my sincere gratitude to you, Commissioner Bays, for spearheading that mental health symposium. Your dedication to addressing this critical issue is commendable and greatly appreciated by all those who understand the urgency of the matter. However, time is of the essence. While I acknowledge that implementing comprehensive mental health services can be a complex process, we cannot afford to delay any further. Each passing day without adequate mental health resources is a day where lives may be lost or people may suffer harm due to lack of support. We must act swiftly and decisively to prevent such tragic outcomes. So I applaud each of you who have worked hard to protect taxpayer interest in pursuit of the best deal possible. But we can't forget, although, the emotional and societal cost each day of the delay has. I ask of you that you weigh this into your decision to compromise on a good deal financially, but also to ensure the best deal for who all are struggling today. Now, I want to shift focus to the purchase of the Scott Adams building. I urge the county to ensure that not only we obtain a fair price for the property, but we also develop a clear vision for its use. It's crucial that we have a well-defined plan in place determining who and what will be relocated to that building and who would come into the courthouse, for instance. Proper planning and thoughtful allocation of resources are vital to the success of this endeavor, and I trust Mr. Howard to do a great job behind that. Furthermore, we must take into account the impact on parking in downtown Inverness if we do acquire the additional building. As many of you know, parking is already a challenge in the downtown area. Therefore, it is imperative that we address this concern proactively. One potential solution that was proposed to me to speak about today was leveraging the Citrus County transit buses to facilitate a remote parking if we do acquire the building.
You do have 5 minutes.
Yep.
You can
Slow down. I know.
That's a lot you're giving me.
You're so far. Fair enough. So one potential solution could be to leverage the Citrus County transit shuttles with a remote parking facility if we pick up the Adams building. If we don't, then we don't need it. In conclusion, I urge the Board of County Commissioners to recognize the urgency of providing mental health services to our community. We must seize this opportunity to take concrete steps forward and prioritize the well-being of our residents. Shifting topic, by acquiring the Scott Adams building, let us ensure that we negotiate a fair price and develop a clear vision for its utilization. Additionally, please keep in mind for innovative solutions as we move forward so that we can be responsible with taxpayer money. Thank you for your time and consideration. Together, we can make a significant difference in the lives of our fellow citizens by prioritizing mental health services and working together. Thank you.
You have 2 more minutes.
I saw a road getting paved that didn't need to be paved.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Mr. Gillard. Next speaker.
That was a pretty good mic drop.
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Artuso. I'm from Florida City, Florida. I want to address Madam Chairman, county legislators, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on an issue of crime. I'm a former law enforcement officer. I've also worked highway department. I'm a certified riding instructor, and I'm a musician. But my biggest concern right now is the crime rate in Florida City has gone rampant. I've lived here since 2005. I built a ranch from the ground up from an empty lot. We have a great area in Florida City, much history, and it's beautiful. But within the last at least 6 months, the crime rate has gone crazy. The drug problem, people moving into empty buildings in Derby Oaks, all over. My compliments to the sheriff as a former law enforcement officer. He has raised the standard of the sheriff's department tenfold over what it was before. We've got some great deputies. Don't misunderstand me. I am not knocking our sheriff's department. What I think they do is they're lacking some of the communication, and some of the deputies do not want to make the arrest. We need more arrests, bring more revenue back into the county on those fines to help pay for this stuff. You know, let them go before a judge, let them go to jail, start hammering these people, and hopefully this crime rate will drop. This is from experience. Like I said, I worked with a lot of law enforcement agencies throughout the country when I was a mounted police instructor. I went around certifying these people. I'm sorry, it's very exasperating because I had an incident just happen, and I've met a lot of these deputies for certain reasons. I have a stable, like I said, in Floral City, and I tried to reach the sheriff a few times and was unsuccessful. I would be more than happy to work with or show Ms. Bays, who's our representative. She would like me to take a tour with me of Floral City, and I would be more than happy to show you. Our trail, our beautiful trail where we ride our horses and bikes, is littered with people that are homeless people that are sleeping on that trail. There's people that are afraid to even walk down that trail anymore. This is ridiculous. This has never happened before. This has escalated, like I said, within the last year because of the drug problem. It's already been addressed in mental health. There is none here in this county. That is a serious obligation that has to be met. When I was a police officer, we had a mental health at upstate New York. We had places to take these people. We have no place to go with these people. So what happens, they go back on the street, they steal, they rob, they have no food. I've never locked my house in 20 years. Now I have to lock my gate in my house for the first time in 20 years. This is why I'm here. The other thing I have is, like I said, to decorate the road maintenance. We're paying a gas tax, we're paying impact fees, we're paying county taxes. I had 6 houses put up on my road this year, and they will not do anything on our road. They said it's our obligation. That was true maybe years ago, but now with the new impact fees, these houses all paid $4,500 in impact fees. They're paying taxes. We can't get our road graded. You're talking about $1,000 worth of obligation with the county doing it. I worked in road maintenance with the Village of Holly.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it, and I will let the sheriff know about the trail. His budget is up.
Thank you very much for your time. I hope we can get something solved. We were originally going to have a town meeting, and I just thought I'd address the board first.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Works out perfect. In 3 minutes, we have a time certain.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Joshua Hicks, Homosassa. I want to congratulate you all on your just astounding work that you provided for our county residents that you continuously do. It's an amazing feeling to know that you're all real people. And through your time away, Chair, we give you our best wishes.
Thank you.
And we wish you a speedy recovery. And know that on behalf of the Handy Hicks Corp. and the skill building class, we will do what we can to keep going.
Thank you.
And, we ask you to do the same. Just keep going. Thank you all and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next speaker. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close the open to the public portion of this meeting. And commissioners, we have a minute. Would anybody like to respond?
I'll go ahead.
Commissioner Kennard, and then
Yeah, just thank everybody that came up in support of us helping to get a new mental health facility underway. We're going to do our best to do that again today here in a few minutes. And Mr. Hicks, thank you as always for your kind comments, thoughtful comments up at the podium. We appreciate that.
thank you, sir. You done? You good? Commissioner Davis.
Yes, thank you, Josh. It is nice. I always appreciate citizens that try to get to know us as people. I'm sure that y'all disagree with some of the decisions we make individually, but we are all trying our best to do what's right for the county and balancing a whole heck of a lot of different needs. Speaking of, Janet, the biggest needs are roads and mental health and people. However, what people are missing about, if you're referring to the animal shelter, what people are missing is that the animal shelter is about people, not only our staff and volunteers that have to work in deplorable conditions and unsafe conditions, but also animals bring joy to a whole lot of people in this county. And this is a way for us to process unwanted animals into good homes. And additionally, if we don't have a working animal services, then you have, rabies, dogs running wild, feral dogs, people getting attacked, et cetera. So it is a necessary county service, and it is about people. But I will say that one of the greatest holes in our system here is that we have no centralized system for homeless and to rehabilitate all those that we can into working positions to become employed, clean, sober, et cetera. So that's something I've been talking about for a couple of years. The first 2 years on the commission, I didn't get any traction, but I'm starting to get some traction now. I've been working on it, and I will come public with some ideas very soon. Mr. Artuso, the chair said, yes, the sheriff will be aware of that. And that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan? Good afternoon. Commissioner Bays, anything?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we have a time certain 1:30 constitutional officers proposed budget. And who do we have? Aaron, you're going to start this?
So, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Today we're bringing you the Constitutional Officer Budget Request for fiscal year 23-24. The first slide talks about how much we're going to generate with the growth based on the estimated taxable value. We will get the final taxable value in July. The board did discuss increasing $0.5 to cover pay in class, as well as 0.2 mil for transportation for road resurfacing. So that additional funding is not included in this total because that's spoken for. So with the current millage of 6.5057, we would generate approximately 8.2 million additional general fund dollars. The budget requests in this presentation total $14,976,018. This does not include the tax collector. On the next slide, we have the tax collector and judicial services. The tax collector is not required to provide their budget until August 1st. What we can tell you is that last year, the general fund was responsible for $3.3 million of that budget. Below that, you'll see judicial services. That is considered a constitutional officer. However, that is mostly communications. Their increase was only $625, so it did fit within that 3% budget guideline. The total for that is $29,415. So does anyone have any questions, or is the board consensus it would be okay to budget that for fiscal year 24? I prefer to hear the rest of the budget.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll come back to that. The next slide is for the property appraiser. So they do property appraisal. They also do trim or truth and millage. So we listed a few of the items that they do throughout the year, just so public is aware of some of the services they provide. The next slide has their budget. So for fiscal year 22-23, or the budget we're currently in, their approved budget was $3,805, or $3,805,131. This year, they are asking for $3,901,214. It's approximately $96,083 increase, or 2.52%. So it is below that 3% that we requested. The property appraiser's budget has additional funding that comes from other taxing authorities. That totals $266,405. Below, you'll also see that their budget is approved by the Florida Department of Revenue and proportionately funded by taxing authorities within the county. The next slide is for the supervisor of elections. You can see, again, some of the services, voter services and education, elections, and then obviously some candidate services. This year, we would like to mention the fiscal year 24 year will be a presidential election year. So during those years, we will see that budget trend up. That's for hiring of additional staff, additional printing, postage, those things that are required for those additional elections. So you will see last year their budget totaled $1,988,854. This year they have $2,709,291, or an increase of $720,437, which is a 36.22 increase. The supervisor of elections is set up to have reserves. So we're projecting approximately $190,000 in reserves, which would be used to offset her budget. So in that total I gave you at the beginning of the presentation, we actually only included $530,437 for her increase for fiscal year 24. Obviously, that is still 26.67% and above the 3%. However, with what she's tasked to do, there's really not much that we could look to cut from that. The next slide talks about the clerk of courts. And again, we put down some of the services that are provided: records, financial services, and internal audit. The clerk's office budget for fiscal year 22-23 was $3,327,339. They did have one non-reoccurring expense for $49,000. However, when we do the comparison, we're leaving out the non-reoccurring expenses.
Sir.
The fiscal year 23-24 request totals $3,627,942, or a $300,603 increase, which is 9.03%. Below that, you'll see some of the, well, actually all of the non-reoccurring requests that were included with her budget request. When you all got that, there was another non-reoccurring expense for the Coke building. However, because the renovations were not there yet, we received an email from the clerk's office saying they would not be requesting that right now. They would probably need it when the Coke building was finished. Several of the items appear to be IT related. You will see below that we have in there that there's a subsidy for non-board funded employees for insurance in the amount of $124,123. Every year we present that to the board, especially as the board changes, so that you all are aware of that. If the board, or if the clerk's budget was to be at 3% increase, the total for that increase would be $200,783. I know the clerk had, or the clerk's office had emailed and said they had a presentation of their own that they would like to provide. So would you all like to have that presentation now, or would you like to wait to the end of our presentation?
Board. I would like to have it now, and if that's okay, clerk, if you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Steve, Denise, how nice to see all of you. Aaron, thank you for all your hard work on this. And Doug, I'm glad to see you feeling better. Oh. I trust that you have been provided the documents related to our budget request. Okay. You received the budget package. And we have a PowerPoint. Okay. I believe you have the memo, correct? Did everyone receive the memo? Steve, did the commissioners all get my memo?
I refer to Aaron just to make sure, but I'm
Okay,
pretty sure they would have.
definitely? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
I have a 5-page PDF that was sent by Aaron, but it's not a presentation, it's just text.
Right.
That's the
Right.
memo?
That is the memo, yes. We present, the memo that you should have is a comprehensive overview of our budget request. And then there is additional information provided in the PowerPoint today, and then with any questions that you may have. There is a slight difference in what was originally provided and what you have, but it was a decrease in the numbers. So that's always good news. What we showed today is just an overall summary of our budget request, which is a total of $3,731,002. Of that, you can see what is related to personnel, operating, and capital. Please note that as Aaron said, that the base amount does not include, as a practice we began many years ago, Commissioner Kennard, you'll remember, not including those non-reoccurring costs in your base budget request, which would be, inappropriate in adding that in. Of the non-reoccurring amount of $131,500 that you see on your screen, the largest amount of that is $85,000, which is specific to server replacements for in the EOC. In our budget request, it does include an increase to the $15 an hour for our employees. I believe that we are the only constitutional officer, I am the only constitutional officer, that is not at $15 an hour at the starting pay yet. Our starting pay is $13.70 an hour, and I still have 48 employees that have not been we've not been able to bring that up yet. We have been attempting to incrementally bring that up with our budget request over the last several years since that legislation became effective. The board actually funds only about 36% of the clerk's budget. The remainder of our budget is funded through fees and through state funding for specifically court operations. Just to give you a little bit of background on how wage works in the clerk's office, increases to pay is based on a performance and merit system. We have a pay grade that is evaluated through a wage and class study. I would like to do it more frequently than we do it, but it's usually 3, sometimes 5 years before we can do an actual study. You just been through that, you realize how costly that is. We do not have a COLA that is awarded to employees automatically on an annual basis. The pay grade is adjusted according to the cost of living on an annual basis, but increases to employee pay is strictly based on a performance merit-based system. Employees have an opportunity to earn a merit increase of 0 to 6%. So they have a great opportunity to earn additional wage. Other things that we include in our opportunity for pay increases are participation in the growth development pool. It is an opportunity for employees to go through a program, and at the conclusion of that program, they're offered a pay increase for that. Additionally, we offer additional pay according to policy for certifications, for the obtaining of a degree that is not required for their job duties. And also, we do offer tuition reimbursement as the budget allows for us to do that. It allows us to retain quality employees, but to also increase their knowledge and understanding is always to our benefit. I will tell you that we have positions that have been open and remain open, and I cannot fill because my pay scale is just not competitive enough to do it. An example of that that's quite startling here locally, the local Wawa starts their employees out at $15 an hour, and they have benefits and accruing paid time off from the day one of their employment. The Culvers starts at $15 and $16 an hour. They also offer vacation accruals, meal discounts. I'd be happy about that if it was Chick-fil-A. The racetrack starts out at $14 an hour. They also offer a 401k and paid time off. I believe that the car wash, if I'm not mistaken, see if I could find that number. The local car wash starts at $13 an hour, and their managers are at $15 and $18 an hour, and they are also eligible for full benefits. So that is what the bulk of the increase, our budget increase, is related to, of course, personnel services. Our total budget request, the difference between our total budget last year funded, let's stay with operational only, is an increase of $272,000. $68,000 of that number is specifically related to non-discretionary numbers, meaning FRS, and health insurance, which we have no control over that. 68,000 of that 272 is directly related to that. The rest of those increases, the rest of that increase for personnel services is specifically related to what I just mentioned. That is bringing us up to the $15 an hour for all of those eligible employees, as well as instituting a small compression adjustment. I know that everybody understands what compression looks like. It continues to compound if you don't address it. We have continually over the last several years attempted to adjust for compression as the years go by, but it's just really difficult. It's difficult to keep up with it, especially when everybody else around us, and within our the other places that have the same pay, the same types of duties that the clerk provides, that we perform. It's difficult to stay, in that market range. The recommendations that were made to us in the last wage and class study, and that's been 3-4 years ago, there was no way that we could get to that figure. There was just no way that we could get to that. So it's been a continual pursuit of that through the budget request that comes to you, the budget request that comes to the state, that goes to the state for a court budget, and trying to remain competitive with that. I am happy to take questions, Madam Chair, at your direction, at will, if anyone has a question before we move forward.
Yes, ma'am. I do have some questions for you.
Sure.
You answered the first one. I have, how many of your positions are at the $15 or below $15 an hour? And you said 48 employees?
Yes.
So you have 48 employees. I would like to know how many employees the county, the BOCC, has under the $15.
66.
No, it can't. And then I completely understand this. Everybody on this board right here, there's no way we could hire somebody less than $15 in our own businesses.
Yeah.
So, Wawa and the car wash and all that, it's something. But so that was my one question. Do you have the answer to my question?
Yes, 119.
I thought so. 119. Okay. And then I brought this up the first year I was in office, the second year, and the insurance subsidy for the non-board funded employees. Why is that still needed? That was a 2006, 2007 circumstance with the fees,
Actually, it started in 2012. In 2012, when the economy tanked and when we had the extreme downturn in the housing market in 2008, starting in 2006, 7, 8. The fees related to that fund our office, the third pillar of funding in our office from fees that are directly related to recordings, official records, decreased by, went from $1.4 million to about $400,000 over the course of the last 13 years. That has steadily increased, but it has never return to the numbers that it was in 2004 and 2005 when we could stand independent. In 2012, we had 21 employees that were funded that we were asking for that additional insurance funding. Those employees provide indirect support to county commission board operations through various different services. Last year, we were at 17 employees that were covered. And as our fee revenue increases and we can fund those things from our own availability, we decrease the number that we ask to be supported by the board. And this year we're coming to you with 4 less deputy clerks. So that would be 13 employees that we're asking for that funding for it's their insurance only. And you have my commitment that as those revenues, God willing, continue to increase, and we have that opportunity to not request that, we will. Again, though, be aware that these employees, you're only funding the insurance. No other benefits are being funded in that line item.
And I understand that. It's just that this is a state court system, right? This is court services personnel, insurance.
No, these are non-court employees.
Non-court employees.
Yes, ma'am, and that's on the slide that's up there. We are not. These are non-court employees that we're asking for this funding for.
And again, could you just tell me the type of employee that this is? We're covering the insurance clerks?
It can be someone in official records. It can be people that are serving in information systems. A portion of those employees that are human resources, administration, the delivery of mail services. Tracy, I didn't bring that list with me. But these are non-court employees.
And before, I thought it was 2008, 7, 8 that this was actually during Commissioner Bays's board then decided to subsidize this. But I thought, from what I have understood, the last 2 times I've brought this up, and it's a very uncomfortable subject to bring up because, we want everybody to be paid well, but it just seems like our own employees at the BOCC keep having to be cut because we have to supplement the constitutional officers' budgets, and it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. But I have to ask these hard questions, and one of them is I thought that the fees collected were supposed to help subsidize this, but you're saying we don't collect enough fees, and you're only controlled by how much you can collect from the state. So I'm sure there are other clerks in the state of Florida that are dealing with this. Is your association going to the state and asking for increase in these fees so that we don't have to supplement some of these insurance programs? I mean, where are we at with it? Where's the end game?
Well, the end game is a slow progression from 21 employees that were funded down to 13.
What, 17?
Fees, no, we're only asking for 13 this year. And is that up there?
It is.
It's, yeah.
Oh, I see it.
here.
Oh, 17 the previous year, excuse me.
17 previous year, 13 this year. And our commitment is to continue to reduce that number as the fees, the revenue stream becomes available. The ability for the legislature does not have an appetite for ever increasing fees. The amount to record a document is $10 for the first page, and then certain after that. Included in that particular fee, the clerk, there's like $4 that's set aside. $2 goes to the county for technology, and to the state, and $1.90 goes to the clerk, and $10 goes to FCCC for CCIS, which is a comprehensive case information system. Every year during the legislative process, we try to get an increase in these fees. I mean, common sense tells you that a fee structure that was set in place, some of these go back 25, 30 years. The last fee increase that was ever assigned to the official records function of the clerk's office was in 2004. When the $4 was added to every recording. And then of that $2 that was added, only $1.90 of that stays with the clerk's office. The rest of it is going in different directions. When Revision 7 to Article 5 of the Constitution was voted on in 1998 by the constitutional revision, by the citizens actually voted on that. It changed the entire funding structure of the clerk's office from the court perspective. And in the court perspective, you can only pay for court operations from those court fees. So even if I had additional revenue on the court side of the house, I can't spend it on the non-court side of the house. Otherwise, I would not be asking for $124,000. Trust me, I don't want to have this conversation every year. I would like to be independent and stand on my own, but I don't control the fees. The money can flow the other way. I can move money from the fee side to the court side if I wanted to, but we don't do that. We don't. Those fees are strictly used for the official records, for passports, for marriage license, for tax deed auctions, for the Value Adjustment Board, for what we're doing today, the support of the Board of County Commissioners, for the finance function, for the budget function, fixed assets, all of those functions, which are listed on I think the next page of the item. We show, just some of the list of the things of the services that the clerk provides. Those are being provided by the fees by the budget we are requesting from the board.
Can I just provide a little bit more onto
Sure.
that? Is that okay? So these 13 non-court employees, just to give you an idea, are on the official records side, but to give you some insight as to what they do to support the county, because there is an indirect cost to the county for this. We do have tax deed clerks. We have 2 of them. They sell county-held tax certificates. Now, granted, we did not have any last year, but that's not to say that they couldn't. We have our Value Adjustment Board petitions that come through, so that is one of these positions. We have our customer service clerks who receipt payments on behalf of the board that come to our finance department, or also who record documents that are specific for the Board of County Commissioners. We have 2 members of leadership that oversee these positions that I've just mentioned. So there's a portion of their insurance that is charged there. We have a scanning clerk, which is one position that scans all of the financial services documents. That is all pertaining to the Board of County Commissioner records. And then we also have the indirect costs that Angela Clerk Vic mentioned, which is administrative and IT staff. That makes up the additional 3, the last 3 remaining employees. So that hopefully may help a little bit more in understanding that they are not just specific to official records. They also do functions throughout their day-to-day operations and tasks that support the board.
You've answered quite a few of my questions, but you've added to them now. But because the 190, the part of the $4, the $1.90, can that be used to offset some of the technology requests?
It's used for.
That is used to go towards the salaries for the official records people. So a lot of those individuals that I just mentioned, it's used to pay their salaries.
Okay. So, do you, I mean, you might not have gotten to it yet, but do you have in your slide presentation how much you collected in recording fees?
We did not put that in this presentation, but I can send that.
Can you find that before Madam Clerk is done?
Yes.
Is that
Sure.
possible?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the responsibilities of the deputy clerks, you just touched upon that too. I don't know if you want to just.
Do you want that in writing?
Yes, no,
Okay.
I'm kidding. I want to know what, can you just, for the citizens, what is the responsibility of some of the deputy clerks? We know what your clerks are doing here, doing the formal records.
So the 13 non-court employees that are included in that are tax deed clerks that are responsible for handling the tax deed sales. I'm sure you're familiar with delinquent tax deeds and how those are handled. Their responsibilities are to handle those auctions, to disperse those funds, and we prepare all of those tax deeds or any land that escheats to the county for the list of lands for taxes. Value Adjustment Board hearings are handled by us. We clerk those particular meetings and also maintain the minutes for those, performing an annual overview of the rules and processes for the organizational meeting as well. Customer service clerks, we receive payments on behalf of the BOCC. There are various types of payments that come in that we are specifically on behalf of the board, and we handle those. The official records clerks record documents for the BOCC. Those are military discharge, plats, documents where the BOCC is the grantor or grantee in those documents. And then last year we processed 13,504 notice of commencements. Again, a portion of those two members are leadership that oversee those positions, and their insurance is included in that. The scanning clerk, they scan all of the financial records. We have moved to a world where so much of our stuff is digital. We attempt to continue to onboard our vendors to submit and receive payments through, submit invoices digitally and receive payment through ACH. So that does cut down on some of the some of the hand, the by hand work that has to be done. But we still have to scan those documents so that they are attached into the financial system. The IT staff, and this is probably noted on the next page of the document. Let's go to the next page that shows the different statistics. Or actually go to the information technology support page, Tracy, if you don't mind. This particular page is just a list of those different services that the clerk provides for the county. And some of that, I believe it's two, I don't have the exact number, but there is IT staff included. If the insurance portion only, we are asking for IT staff. You're not funding that person, but that person is providing this list of duties in support of the county commission. Does that help answer that question of the duties that they're performing for the board?
It does, and the reason why I'm asking this is because in your budget, it's a 9.03% increase you've asked for, and we've asked all the constitutionals to try to stay at the 3%. We understand that you weren't able to do that, so I just wanted to make sure that, for instance, the non-reoccurring expenditure of the $131,500, one is $85,000 for a server, so this is a server replacement at the Emergency Operations Center, correct? So I was just curious, what percentage is used for board functions versus court functions? And I'll give you the four so you can do it. The core firewall replacement, the server replacement at the Emergency Operations Center, the microfilm scanners, and the network tester. How much is board function and how much is court function percentage-wise? And obviously, these are questions you weren't prepared for, so maybe ballpark or look into it or find.
The microfilm scanners are all board related. The server replacements are specific to e-finance, which is all board related. That's $85,000. Everything that's included in this is all board related.
100%.
Yeah, am I right? Yeah, Tracy, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we go through, we count the beans on
Yes.
this to make sure that and when I stand in front of you, I'm telling you what your funding is for you. I don't blend numbers, I don't hedge numbers to try to, fudge numbers to try to, give myself a slush fund. I mean, this is simply board-related activity.
No, and I don't think, would hope you wouldn't think I would in any way imply that you had a slush fund. My problem is that, the fees that are collected would hopefully support the court services, and it just seems it's 2012 you started with 21 employees, and 2023 you're at 13 employees. It's just so slow. And what could we do to get out of this? Because
stop inflation.
Go to the state, ask for higher fees, maybe.
Yeah. Stop inflation is the hardest thing. The increases to our maintenance for our technology.
Well, I'm just talking about the court services side, the insurance portion that I'm talking
Those are
about.
The
not
non-court.
court. Those are
non-court.
I keep getting them, except this is,
correct.
okay.
It's non-court side of the house, and that is
Non-board funded employees.
there hasn't been a fee increase on the non-court side since 2004.
Yeah.
And I don't, any time we broach that subject with the legislative committee, from the clerk's perspective, from our side, there isn't an appetite in the legislature, and it requires a 2/3 vote for any type of fee increase in statute. So they are loath to pass those particular increases down to the citizens because they're faced with the same struggles, at the gas pump and the grocery store that we are. And I'm going to give you you're going to get updated numbers after this, but our total request is actually 8.18%. We did have we crunched the numbers and sharpened the pencil. And so that request is actually 8.18% rather than the 9%. Again, as I indicated earlier, the Florida retirement is a 17.8% increase. And I don't have any control over that. And the insurance went up 7%. And while that's only a portion of our budget, it's impossible to maintain a 3% increase when some of those numbers are non-discretionary to us. So, okay.
Thank you. And thank you for answering all my questions.
Absolutely.
I do have an answer for you on the recording revenue. So for fiscal year 2022, we collected $1,018,137. We are so far this year projected to only collect $792,000. We have collected so far $567,443. So our revenues have gone down on the official record side this year.
So, okay.
That's not good news, Tracy.
Well, she asked.
Yes, she did.
No, I appreciate the questions. This is our opportunity to provide those back to you as much as we can, so no worries on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions I can answer at this point, and then we'll continue our PowerPoint presentation? Okay. So the next pages are just some statistics that show you what the activities that are taking place that are in support of the county commission, and you can see that board operations, and you can see that those continue to increase. The change in the purchase orders, the decrease in that, is specifically related to the use of the P card, which is a much more efficient way of processing payments. And then I think we've already touched on the information technology support. And again, that is specifically related to those capital non-reoccurring requests that is in the budget as well. Okay, so we'll wrap up with going over the local government audits. I think everyone knows that the clerk is responsible for the oversight of all of the financial statements and reporting. The external audit, these are the audits that take place under the umbrella of the clerk. And then the next slides will show you how those are broken out. The financial statement audits, it's actually conducted by an external audit firm. And then, but all of the constitutionals are included in that audit. It's the county commission and all the other constitutionals. And then the next page shows you the internal audits that the clerk provides. Those are board related, typically. We try to do 3 to 5 audits per year with follow-ups, as well as the 4CF Foundation. The clerk also does the cash handling and fixed asset inventories and guardianships in the internal audit division. We also monitor the red flag reporting, which is an anonymous fraud report. A person can either call the red flag, or they can actually go online and do submit a fraud report. We do not audit the other constitutional officers. The clerk does not have the authority to audit those. The only time that we've been involved in an audit of another constitutional officer was when specifically the county was considering and then did move fire services back to the county. We conducted that audit for the sheriff's office of fire services, but that's the only time. We get asked that frequently, why don't you audit, who's looking at their books? And I don't have the authority to look at their books. That's the external audit. And then of course, your duty as a county commissioner in their budget request can ask for anything you want to. So are there any questions related to this? And we will provide you with the updated numbers. The final number, that's the 8.18%. You can see how that breaks out.
Board? I have a couple questions. Commissioner Davis. So those 13 employees, are they full-time employees?
Yes.
And then what percentage of the health care, do you pay 100% for the employee or employee and family, or how does that work?
It's 100% for the employee.
Okay.
We don't cover family. We don't cover dependents. We don't pay for dependents.
So when I was looking at the numbers, if I divided the total for the 13 employees, that would come out to roughly $9,547 per employee per year.
Yeah,
And then if it was back when it was 17 employees, it was roughly $8,170. So we've had that much. I mean,
Well, the insurance went up this year alone 7%. The premiums went up. That's based on health, life, dental. I don't have that spreadsheet in front of me, but it's
So that
it's
is
health,
based
life.
on insurance, which is, hold on, I have the total memo from the county. It is based on the county's insurance and it is, I believe, just their health.
I should have printed that spreadsheet, I'm sorry.
So the health insurance went up 13% this year, and I do have that, here it is. So the annual health insurance per employee is $8,961.84. So this also would include their dental and life insurance, which is, looks like $4.80 a month for life insurance, and then dental is $30.94 a month. Sorry, I don't have the exact calculation in front of me of what that equates to a year, but that would equal the $9,000.
I just did rough numbers. I took the one, whatever it was, and I divided that by 13 employees, which came out to roughly $9,547. But the prior year, if I took that number and divided it by 17 employees, it would have been roughly $480 a year versus $795. That's a significant difference in year to year.
The health insurance for the entire county has gone up by the 13%. It's not just for our employees. It would be that, because we're under the county's health insurance. So the county's health insurance was increased for employee and for family. We don't cover family. So all that you're seeing is what it equates to for us to cover our employee insurance based on being on the county's plan.
So you're under what, the Board of County Commissioners?
Correct.
And what about any other constitutional officers that we fund or responsible for? Do we share our health plan with those? So going back to when you said this started in 2009.
12.
Or 12, I'm sorry. I think you reported that our collections were I made myself notes, 1.4 million, I believe you said, back in good times, and now they're down to.
Well, we projected to collect this year, which I just found out that number myself, close to $707,000.
$792,000 is what we're projected to collect this year.
So,
for recording.
But and that's deeds, right?
That's official records. That is anything that's recorded in the official records. Any document that's related to the conveyance of real property, marriage license, plats, death certificates. There's a lot of county documents that are recorded. There are judgments from court that are recorded.
So those are trending down?
Yes. Yeah. We peaked last year. We collected, what was our collections last year?
1 million.
Oh, 10,000 or something?
1,018,137.
Right. Yeah, we hit a peak last year in the housing industry, and it's trending down now. Yeah. I think the market really has flattened out. Yeah.
And at the height of this, we had 21 employees?
Yes. 2012, there were 21 employees that that the board funded.
So, and we're doing roughly 50% less or we have been doing 50% less in recordings based on revenues?
Over a specific period of time? I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Well, if we were at 1.4 million and now we're down, we're going to collect roughly 800,000.
This year we're back down to probably a little bit more than 50% of what our peak was.
But I mean, we've been
But that was in 2005. The 1.4 million was at the height of the real estate boom, which was in 2004 before the collapse.
I'm just trying to do the correlation of employees to the number of transactions that if we're on trending down, you would think that the number of employees would significantly go down.
You mean the personnel processing
Yes,
what we're
yeah.
doing? No. The amount of work that they are doing, there are other things that are related to official records, just that, other than just the recording of deeds. And the workload, if I came to you and asked you for the number of personnel that I needed to allow for proper succession and no struggle with coverage, I would ask for 5 more employees. But we know that that's not an ask that we're going to get. So what happens when the workload goes up, the time frame that it takes for us to record, verify, index, and verify a document, it's like an accordion, Commissioner Bays. When we're in a place where we are right now, and not exactly, I need a couple more people, but when you have a certain amount of people, you can get the work done in a certain amount of time. So the turnaround time between when somebody comes in and they record a document and I'm able to publish that to the website, it can be a week, maybe sometimes 3 days. We actually were out at one point when we were at the peak, I think about a year ago, October, we were 30 days. We were more than 30 days of actually getting those documents published to the website. So what ends up happening is the output slows down because I don't have additional people to process the additional documents that are going through. So now, where I am right now is still needing probably at least 1 more FTE to cover what I need to effectively, but I'm not going to ask for another person.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're telling me is the state doesn't provide any increase for the cost of these services, but you're still required to do them.
Yes.
And you made a statement that you said because of the cost, it's the same inflationary cost to these people, but in reality, we're asking the taxpayers of every county to subsidize the recordings because the state's not going along with inflation on what it costed to process this. Would that be an accurate statement?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Board? Commissioner Finnegan, anything? Commissioner Davis?
I'm glad that both of you brought that up because I had a lot of the similar concerns. The budget is looking pretty scary this year.
I do have one final question.
Yes, ma'am.
For things like that, the server and a couple of other items that you had in there, are those not looked at into the CIP and calculated on a life cycle?
They're included in our CIP. And they, I believe that the servers that we are replacing are reaching end of life. That's why they have to be replaced. When we were experiencing the biggest challenges, we stretched out the life cycle of those as long as we could, and actually extended warranties on desktops. If you take a look at, I don't think you have it, but I don't know if it's on the documents you have, but under the general operational, there is a, it's under capital actually, and it's a scheduled technological upgrade. We have about 100 and what is it, 150,000 desktops that we support. And those desktops are set up on a rotation basis so that we budget about 50,000 a year to replace those the desktop units. So we try to, we suck the life out of those as long as we can. And then they have to be replaced. So those are in our CIP on a rotating basis.
Okay.
For their life cycle.
Thank you.
We do, and if you want to see our CIP, you can see it at any time. I'm happy to share that with you. But it includes the whole office.
I just, going forward in budgeting, I think that, and I'm not picking on you, I think it's every constitutional officer, anybody that we're responsible for, I think, as we look at those, we need to be forecasting ahead. And, I think you heard me say this when I was on the board previously, we need to be doing 5-year budgets with 1-year looks so that we're looking well in advance of and forecasting what those CIP projects are and knowing well in advance of, June when your budget's going to reset in October. And it's always just a roll of the dice. I think if we start to forecast what our revenues and expenditures are, and make those annualized adjustments, I think we can be much better prepared for the future.
We've never been asked to provide our CIP numbers to the county. It's not included in the county CIP, but we're certainly willing to do that, able to do that for you. We, again, include those in the non-reoccurring portion of our budget request so that it's not included each year. I know that historically when we had, like for instance, we're already talking about an RFP for our finance system, and that's not going to be inexpensive. And so when we arrive at an idea what those numbers will be, we'll start having that conversation well in advance. But if it's the board's pleasure that the clerk provide our CIP related to what's going into we'll be happy to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Kennard? Okay, and thank you. The only thing I would ask you to look at, I did rough math on your additional insurance requests for the non-board funded insurance, 13 employees. Our health insurance went up 13%, but my rough math shows this is a 17% increase.
So this includes health, dental, life, and vision. It's not just health insurance. And I don't think it includes anything else. Making
So
sure.
then
Nope,
in-
health,
then-
life, dental, and vision. And I don't think I have the exact breakdown. I gave some of it earlier. It's the health insurance alone is $8,961.84 a year per employee. The remaining amount would be dental, which I don't have this calculated out, but it's $30.94 a month. $4.80 a month for life insurance, and I do not know what the vision is. That's the only thing that I don't have on here on this list.
It's a $9,547.92 per person
Correct.
increase, which is 17% from, so
13.
this number is 17%, but that's, and not just the health. So we have to think about that for our own employees. It's not just a 13% increase. It's actually, according to your numbers, it's 17% increase.
Health insurance went up 13%. I'm assuming that the rest, I don't
Was the dental, the eyes.
Right.
That's what I'm
And-
saying. It's not just 13% because it's really then, according to your number,
others.
17%, which is even
Yeah,
worse.
whatever the county provides
Provides.
is what we have to budget, so.
Right, but I need people to hear that. It's not just a 13% increase according to what you supplied, which you are the number of people, and I trust you. It's really 17% then, according to this, which throws another whole wrench in the budget. So, thank you. Anything?
I just want to concur with Commissioner Bays that we really need to get the whole county on looking ahead and life cycling things so we can project better. It would be
Happy
helpful.
to provide whatever you want, whatever you
Yeah,
want.
the CIP would be most helpful.
Sure.
I don't know if it's good news or bad news, but I won't be there at that meeting, so. Shoo, one good thing, one silver lining, right?
Yeah, thanks for leaving me with budget season. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So, in the interest of time, I believe that we will not talk about the CIP today because I had a specific, so that's coming up when, Mr. Howard?
July 26th.
Well, Aaron, what's the correct date, just to make sure and I'll give you an accurate. July 26th.
Okay, so then I will hold off on my conversation related to that for July the 26th because I needed to address the questions and conversation that took place in April with related to our renovation request. So I'll hold off on that, Madam Chair, in the interest of time. If that's going to be on the 26th, I just won't address that today because that could be another protracted conversation as well. So, and I don't want to take up any more of your time since you moved the item up so that live stream could get out of here on time. I am so sorry.
Well, this is important because, you know, this tells us how much money we're going to have. So thank you. I appreciate your hard work and the great job you do.
Thank you. My door is always open for any additional questions, any other conversation or discussion that you want to have. So we can do that anytime you like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tracy. Okay, so let's skip on to L1. Is it L1?
Oh, yeah, you got to finish up with her.
Oh, Aaron, you're not even finished. Oh, God.
I'm so sorry.
Money. Well, I thought it would be fast, and then we could get rid of the clerk, and it was not fast, so.
So these are the last few slides. The last constitutional officer is the sheriff's office.
Well, that's easy.
Again, we provided some of the functions that they're responsible for. I looked around. I did not see anyone from the sheriff's office in the audience. So the fiscal year 23 budget for this year totaled $35,081,152. That includes their general operations, animal control, and judicial services that they provide. This year's request included a total of $49,015,922. General operations was $44,681,390. Animal control, $740,361, and judicial services, $3,594,171. Down in the left-hand corner, I did the math, and you can see the overall increase, the percentage increase. General ops, and over to the right-hand side, you can see we put in there, includes 44 potential grant-funded positions that the sheriff applied through the COPS grant for. An additional 22 positions that he also included in his budget request, along with overall general operations, animal control, and judicial service increases. There's some other information down in the right-hand corner. The sheriff had submitted information in his budget regarding the 22 sworn officers that would possibly be funded this year. That sworn officer started at $55,050. The 44 positions that potentially would start 10-1, those positions start at $60,507 for fiscal year 24. So it's a difference of $5,457 or 9.91%. Again, they were only provided so much information that they're required to provide. So I don't know if that is all of the positions, so sworn officers, administration, staff, and so on. What we can tell you is looking at the budget request in the general ops increase, without those additional potential 66 positions, it was $3.5 million approximately. Of that, $3 million was personnel expense. So that was salaries and benefits. Obviously, the overall increase of $13,934,770 is 39.72% increase. And as you can see from the first slide, is quite a bit more than we will be generating. The sheriff does have $2 million in impact fees currently available. Obviously, they will continue to accrue those impact fees as time goes on. If all 44 positions were approved through the COPS grant, it would use all of the current impact fees they have available. However, that would reduce the amount that general fund had to put towards that match. So one other item of note is we are doing a alternative revenue analysis through Neighbors Givelin. And they are looking at a road patrol MSTU. So just so you're all aware, that is something that is being looked at, but would not affect the fiscal year 24 budget. So the last page you'll see is staff direction, and that is for all of the constitutional officers, well, the 4 that are here in this presentation. And this gets put into the budget when we start to balance. We have to bring you a balanced budget, and for that, you have already provided us direction to keep the millage, do half a mil for pay and class and 0.2 of a mil for transportation. So obviously we will not be touching that additional millage to balance the budget. So regarding what you all choose to do today would potentially require us to cut quite a bit from the county's budget.
How much of the pie is the sheriff asking for? It used to be 40%. Is it now 60% of the pie?
We would have to look at it with the new numbers, but obviously it would increase. I mean, a 40% increase would. It's more than we're going to be generating. So
he wants more money than we're going to be generating, and I would love to hear from the board.
Sure.
Commissioner Kennard.
A couple points. We gave clear direction that the budgets should come in at last year's budget plus 3%. So I think that we need to budget for that for the sheriff. Pardon me. I think we do need to budget the additional, what was it, $6.2, $6.3 million?
Approximately six
to
the 6.3 slide one.
To fund the additional officers that were applied for in that COPS grant. That money will not go to his budget until we find out just how many officers were awarded under that, and then the amount would be transferred accordingly as of the new budget year. So I would be in favor of those two, addressing his budget in that manner going forward. Now, we did ask the sheriff to fill his open positions and then come back to the board for an amended budget. He's told us that he's done that and is asking for 22 new officers. I don't believe that those 22 positions could be filled between now and October. So I do think that, I think it would be appropriate to amend the current budget to allow for maybe 10 new positions and use the impact fees, the $2 million that are there in impact fee money for the capital expenses related to those. So that would be my direction as it goes, as the sheriff's concerned.
So you're saying last year's budget, 3%, 10 additional. I know that he is, I think he's committed to 6 from the graduating class, 6 or 7 new officers. So 10 is not unreasonable by any means.
I don't think so.
And then the 44 officers with that grant, holding to see if he gets the grant.
We hold that money until we see how many officers the grant is gonna,
Very good.
how many they're awarded. I think the expectation was about half of what they applied for. But we'll see.
Very good. Commissioner Bays?
I'm a little bit curious as to why, and I'm sure you can't answer this, but when he proposed the additional 22 deputies last year versus the COPS grant, it was $55,000 a starting salary, and the COPS grant is a little over $5,000. And if I look at calls for services, the emergency calls for services, in 2017, we had 88,144. In 2018, we had 85,684. And if we jump to 2021, we have 88,588. So we're really not seeing that many additional calls in 911 for calls for services. And then what I don't also see in here is the revenue that he receives from the schools and the 2 municipalities. And then my other question would be, is the intent to do these as road patrol? Because he's created a lot of divisions under his budget, and what I hear mainly is we want road patrol. So how many of those deputies have we transferred over from road patrol into these other divisions, such as Marine Patrol and some of the others? But I think what most of our citizens are looking for is road patrol. And I know that's not your job to answer, but I'm just telling you, these would be things that would be on my list. Never in a million years when we talked about the COPS grant did I dream that he would come bring that and the additional deputies back. That was just, that kind of blew my mind. So that's my 2 cents for right now.
So just so you know, for the law enforcement, for the municipalities, that money comes to us and it's a pass-through. They pay us and then we pay the sheriff. So there's no like revenue, it's like kind of revenue neutral. So it comes to the county.
But he's asking for 40% increase.
She was talking about the revenue.
Right, but for the SROs, I'd be curious how much increase it is to the school and then how much it is to us, and it's just a muddied kind of mess.
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
So I understand the county has, and again, I'm looking for scales of efficiency. I know the Board of County Commissioners has a employee health clinic, if you will. I believe the sheriff has one, the school has one. Would we be better served? And you know, how are those being utilized, and what's the claims ratio?
I believe HR is going to be looking into that with previous discussions we've had recently. But I don't know if we can get the information from the sheriff's office for that.
I guess here's what I want to say. The long and the short of it, at the end of the day, whether it's the Board of County Commissioners, it's the sheriff, it's the clerk, it's the supervisor of elections, whoever the constitutional officers are, we all serve the same people. It's all their money. And we all need to be working in this together. We should be partners. We should be friends. We should find commonalities on how we best move this county forward without it becoming a kingdom of one constitutional to another. So I want to be partners and I want to be friends. I think it's our job to do the best that we can do for the taxpayers of this county and not make it about us versus them. So I'm looking for partnerships, and that's how I want to move forward.
Okay. Well said, Commissioner Bays. Well said. Commissioner Finnegan.
I mean, no one's here to ask questions of, but if we're giving direction, I think Commissioner Kennard has given a solid plan, at least so we can move forward to the next budget meeting. So I would be on board with that.
Yeah, it's always a shame that the sheriff or somebody isn't here to answer these questions, because it does become an us against them situation, and that I know none of us feel that way. We want to be a team, and public safety is so important, but we only have so much money, and people complain about the roads. So Commissioner Davis.
I would say that Commissioner Kennard and Commissioner Bays are tough acts to follow. I looked at this budget and just went, what on earth are we going to do with this? Because it's just, we just can't afford it. We just can't afford it. I've always been, back the green in this case, I've always been very pro-public safety. And we do have to fund some of this, but I want to thank Commissioner Kennard for trying to bring a reasonable path forward. And we absolutely need to look for ways to break down silos and find efficiencies of scale. And this county has done rollback, unfortunately, for so many years. We have multiple areas where we have been underfunded for a very long time. And now we're beset with rampant inflation, so it's just tough. And I'd like to remind everyone that not only do we have way more residents than we have business here, that we're mostly getting a ton more residents, and it costs us $1.50 to serve every dollar we get in residential taxes. We absolutely must accelerate economic development here, because it costs 70 cents for those dollars that we get from businesses, and only 30 cents from rural, and from agriculture. And I'm a big farm proponent too. So we have an unbalanced economy here. All five of us have been presented a budget that is, quite frankly, scary. We're all fiscally very conservative. We're going to have to go as light as we can, but we got to keep pushing forward, because the roads do need to be paved, Ms. Barrett, and all these other things. And there's just a lot of competing priorities. And I don't think anyone that we've talked to wants to be in this chair trying to figure this out. So I appreciate staff, especially the county staff. I know really looked through every nook and cranny to find change in the sofa cushions to keep the budget as low as possible for BOCC, and we're very appreciative. So,
And exactly what Commissioner Kennard has proposed. I appreciate the constitutionals that did come in at 3% or below. I appreciate Mo Baird's budget. I think that she was very, very tight with all that she does, and I appreciate what you've done. But asking for 3% over last year's budget and then being hit with 40% is just mind-blowing. So I'm going to concur with what Commissioner Kennard said. Exactly what he said, and I'm sure you wrote great notes. That is what I would support. Thank you.
Okay, I'm actually going to go over all the constitutionals real quick just to make sure we're on the same page. So starting at the beginning with judicial services, the 29,415, are we, is there a consensus to include that in the fiscal year 24 budget?
Yes, for me.
What is the percent on that? I can't read it.
It's below the 3%.
Yeah, that's fine.
And thank you.
Okay, and then the property appraiser, they also came in below 3% at 2.52% with a total increase of $96,083. Do we have consensus to include that in the fiscal year 24 budget?
Yes.
Yes.
The next is a supervisor of election. We're projecting it will be $530,437. Over the 26.6% increase for the presidential election year. We have a consensus to include that in the fiscal year 24 budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
And then for the clerk's office, she presented updated figures, so we will get those from her. As she stated, the new figures would be 8.17%. The total with all of the one-time non-recurring costs is $3,713,002. I don't have that totaled right here for you. I can tell you previously it was 413-ish thousand, 416,000. Are there any changes you would like to make to this, or do we have a consensus to include the new figures into the fiscal year 24 budget?
I think that I have questions about the server replacement, if that has to be this budget cycle. I would say no. My vote would be no right now because I don't have all the information. So,
would you be okay with those figures, or is there a consensus to include her budget without the $85,000 non-recurring server?
Madam Chair, I would suggest that we include it at this point to allow you to continue to move forward. Once we get further down the road, if the board decides to cut something out and reduce the millage rate, ultimately, whatever that would amount to, we can do that. But we've got to allow her to do her work. We're going to be in the heat of budget season very fast.
So is there a consensus to use her new figures for the fiscal year 24 budget?
yes.
Okay. And then for the sheriff's office request, I have the last year's budget plus the 3%, which is $1,052,435. And then funding or budgeting the entire match, which is roughly $6.3 million for the 44 positions through the COPS grant. That will be in the county's budget. And like Commissioner Kennard said, when we hear in August of what has been approved, we will move the proportional match into the sheriff's budget for fiscal year 24 for when we bring that back to you in September. And then right now, you would like to bring back to you a budget transfer for 10 new positions.
Patrol positions.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The 10 new positions, that would be the budget transfer and amendment to this year's, current year's budget.
Yes.
But then the capital expense for that should be paid out of impact fees.
Yes. And
Okay.
when we do the budget transfer, we'll make sure that impact fees are included. We have already spoken with our impact fee consultant, and he has already told us exactly what is eligible to be used to be covered by impact fees.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So do we have a consensus for that moving forward?
Can you repeat?
That? Just the 10 new ones or the whole thing?
The 10 new ones and the consensus for the going forward.
Okay, so for the fiscal year 24 budget, it would be last year's budget plus the 3%, which is the $1,052,000, plus budgeting the entire 44 position match for the COPS grant. Approximately $6 million. I don't have it in front of me, but that will be budgeted in the county's budget. So when we bring it back to you in July, you'll see it in our budget. In August, when we hear how many positions they've been awarded or will be covered, we can proportionally move that match into the sheriff's budget when it comes back to you in September. There'll be 2 hearings in September, so you'll see it in their budget then. And then for now, we try for next meeting to bring you back a budget transfer and a budget amendment for the 10 new positions that would start this fiscal year 23, as soon as we could get that information to you.
But since we're giving the 10 positions, and if they were awarded all 44, we don't have to, so your agreement is then we wouldn't necessarily have to accept all 44 of the COPS grant.
Correct.
Okay. I will concur with that.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I also want to make note that in his budget proposal, these 10 new positions are being started at 55,000 and then getting a 10% raise immediately in 24. County staff has, and I think for the most part, the sheriff's office has traditionally gotten a 3 to 4% raise, somewhere in there. So I would calculate this next year, the 23-24 budget, those 10 positions at a 3% raise, not the 10% raise that he's got in his proposal.
Absolutely. Did I hear you say something, Commissioner Finnegan? Was it you, Commissioner Davis? I thought I heard
It's me.
something.
Just for, I think I understand this, but just for point of clarification, the 10, we're talking about reducing the 22 that we approved for April 1st, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Good to go.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know given the legislature's, what they passed regarding the budget for the sheriffs, maybe they'll answer, maybe they won't. But I would like to know, in the last 3 fiscal years, what the sheriff has given, either in percentage of increases or bonuses.
We will request that information for you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
So we have a consensus to go forward with that.
And Aaron, I asked you
Go ahead.
I asked you at my briefing, I will not be here for July 26th meeting, and legally you have so many days.
Yes.
And I asked you to find the last date so that I could be part of this budget, because we don't want it to be 2-2 or.
So the very last day, looking at the trim guidelines, is August 4th.
Okay.
We wouldn't necessarily recommend going to August 4th if you were considering changing it, just in case something happened. So the following Wednesday, I believe, is August 2nd, if you wanted to do Wednesday.
Would that be all right with the board so that I could attend that meeting, August?
2nd, I believe, is the Wednesday. Does anyone have a?
That's a Wednesday.
Okay, thank you.
That actually helps
good?
me.
There's a VAB holiday, but
That's in the morning.
yeah, what time would this?
Yeah, what time would this?
I believe there's 3 meetings. One starts at, I don't know, 8:30, 8:45, and then ours is at 9.
So if there's a value adjustment board meeting, maybe coordinating with that so that we could do the 3 meetings?
Do you know what time the value adjustment board is? At 9? No. What about August 3rd? Or is August 1st a board date?
There's an MPO meeting. I'm good with that meeting.
July 26th?
No, I am not good for July
Okay.
26th. I know I'm not gonna be available. I'm good for August 2nd. It's just the value adjustment board.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
I would feel much better about this if we looked at August 2nd or August 3rd
Okay.
at the very latest. We could be in the middle of a Category 3 or 4 hurricane.
Absolutely.
And if we get up against the wire and can't set a budget, now we've really compounded the problems that we're dealing with as a board.
So you're saying you want to keep it to 26?
Well, if you can't be here on the 26th, then I would be fine with pushing it to, I mean,
The second.
How about August 1st, Tuesday?
August 1st or 2nd. One of those at least gives us a few days to get things under control, should we be in the middle of
Exactly.
a state of emergency.
I mean, I'm fine with you all. I know you're going to voice exactly, I know by hearing today what you've said, that we're on the same page. So if you're all right with me not being there the 26th, I was just saying it's possible for me to be here the next week. But it's up to the board. I mean, it really is.
What about-
I think we keep it the 26th.
Okay.
If there are any adjustments to be made, we're really putting staff under the gun with 24 or 48 hours. If you remember last year, you know, we had Randy in the back room here, you know, scratching down numbers, trying at the very last minute to bring stuff to us. And I think that's, as much as I hate for you not to be part of it, I think that keeps things orderly, and gives staff time.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need a whole week later, or can you just not do that day? I mean, about
I'm-
the 27th, or?
The month of July, I'm out. I mean, they really said 8 weeks. I'm only taking 4. So
Or would August make it any better?
it isn't, but could drag myself out to do that. But so just leave it, I guess, the 26th.
Maybe you can zoom in.
I don't think I can zoom in. That's the other problem. Yeah. Unless you can change an AR. Yeah.
You can channel us.
We voted clairvoyant away.
That's right.
Okay, well, so.
Madam Chair, may I
Yes.
ask another question?
Yes.
What
Go
is your motion for road patrol?
Is my motion for road patrol. No, it's to just add the 10 new deputies.
But we don't want to like ask that they be for road
I
patrol.
don't think
Doesn't
we
matter.
control that. I think we write them a check, and essentially state law allows them to spend it on, you know, I mean, you could buy jet skis for friends.
It's true.
More or less.
Yeah.
I was dripping with sarcasm. The state allows him to use it as he sees necessary to protect our community.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Bates?
Nope.
Madam Chair, I have a
Yes.
question for the attorney. On the 26th, would it be possible for the chair to participate in the discussion but not vote? If she's physically able and wanting to participate.
May I look into that?
Sure, I think so. Good compromise?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. This is, anytime I do this, it's not gonna be a good time anyway. Just happens to be. Yeah, just one time, okay.
All right, we're going for double.
That's,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Good job, Erin. Okay. Now, where are we? We are at L1. Are we there yet? What time is it? Oh, yes, because we have a 3:30 time certain. So at this time, we're gonna jump to L1, I believe. Yes. Commissioner Kennard.
Yes, after or during our last meeting, at that point, we had a pretty lengthy discussion about the various reasons why I felt, and I think other members of this board felt, hopefully all of us, feel like the best, most efficient way to move forward with getting a new mental health care facility constructed in the county is for the county to to follow the lead of Hernando County and the state, give the $2 million to Lifestream and let them construct the facility. Again, as we talked about, I'm not going to go through all the details again. We certainly can if we want to, but this is just the bricks and mortar portion of this. Commissioner Bays, along with the other folks that were involved in the symposium, have got all of these groups talking to each other again. I think services-wise, there is no doubt that we're headed in the right direction, that mental health care in this county is going to improve. This is just for the facility part of it. You know, to be able to write a check for $2 million and say, what's our timeline for getting this done? And then we get out of the way, and then we can focus on the other stuff that we've got on our plate. So my motion would be to give $2 million to Lifestream and direct the county attorney to draft a contract with Lifestream that keeps us between the lines where we need to be to make this happen. And really, the one thing that I want to see out of in that contract is, what's the timeline? How soon are we getting this done?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment?
Janet Barrick, Cedar Springs resident. There is a brand-new building for $1.2 million that the county could own, or $2 million, okay? That the county would own. Lifestream could be the one that we contract with, like we do now, to run it. They could do what they want and decide where they want to put this, where they want to put that, because from what I understand, it's relatively a shell inside. It would be almost turnkey, not months and months. The people in Citrus County need something, and they've needed it for a long time. I know I have personal friends that used to go up to Ocala. They end up going down to Brooks. I've got one that goes over to Leesburg, past Lee, over, and it's ridiculous where they have to go to get services. We need something. This is an affordable building. It's close. It's got parking. There's buses, at least in Inverness. But the thing is, it's not something that you've got to wait 2-3 years or a year and a half to get something that may fall apart. It's built. Price-wise, it's reasonable. Now, I'm not advocating to buy from the person that owns it. Okay, what I'm advocating is to buy the building because it is there and it's a reasonable price. And we need to find something that we as citizens can use and turn, put the key in the door, turn it, and get it up and running. Maybe 6 months from now, you'll have it by Christmas time completely up and operational. Wouldn't that be a wonderful Christmas present to the people in Citrus County, to give them what is needed for our citizens? Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Would anybody else like to speak on this? Seeing none. Board, is there any comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kennard.
As much as I appreciate Janet's support for getting this facility built, Lifestream is going to construct a very nice, very useful, very efficient facility on the campus where they already have property. They have another facility there. As we've talked about many times, that this facility will not only house a Baker Act facility, but will provide inpatient services, outpatient services, an in-house pharmacy. It's going to be a lot more than just, putting dividers up in a 5,000 square foot building. Also, if for some reason that Adams building is in the county's future, We still have a space needs issue for the judge that we need to handle. And having that happen much closer to the courthouse makes sense for other reasons that we need to handle later. So anyway, I appreciate the thought, but.
Commissioner Finnegan, you were second on that?
Oh, yeah. He stole my thunder. I was just going to address Mrs. Barrick, that building. I love your passion and energy for that, but it's too small. I'm sure Mr. Hinkie could say that. There's just not enough room. You hear, especially Commissioner Bays, looking into those wraparound services. We need more than just a few beds. We need the beds, the pharmacy, the wraparound services, the parking, the security. So although if it was a lot bigger and a different location and it was that price, that'd be fantastic. I'm sure Mr. Hinkie would jump all over that too. It's just not feasible for what they're looking at doing, but thank you for your energy and enthusiasm for it.
Madam.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I neglected to say that in the contract obviously needs to address that if the facility is not constructed within the agreed upon time frame, that the county would get our money back, and that this money would be, should Livestream ever not be the provider in the county, that we get an amortized rate of that back over 15 years. That there would be a decreasing amount returned to the county over a 15-year period.
Thank you.
I'll amend my second.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
I just want to hear it one more time, Madam Attorney. You're separating the two contracts between us and Hernando. So we're each doing our own separate contract, therefore your head's not going to explode and my head's not going to then explode when you try to tell me how to do that. You're struggling with this contract, right?
Well, your head and my head are not going to explode.
Okay.
I can tell you that. We had a conference call scheduled between Mr. Grant and Victoria with Hernando County this week, but unfortunately we were not able to complete that call due to a medical issue. So I have not had a chance to tell Hernando County yet that we may be changing direction, which now will become, depending on the vote, I'll know better how to explain that to her. And I believe that those two contracts cannot be the same because they're using ARPA funds.
Yep. Okay. I'm good.
Commissioner Bays?
Well, I think we had a great first start. It's certainly not as a one and done as I would like to call it. And I would like some assurity that and I think what we've come to an agreement on is that you're going to do more of a certified community behavioral health clinic as opposed to just a Baker Act facility. What my biggest concern is I want to see those preventative care measures before we get to the Baker Act, that we have that emergency room style venue, that if somebody is in a medical crisis for mental or substance abuse, that they have a door to walk through that can negate the need for being Baker Acted if possible. I want to firmly drive those numbers down. I want to get to the point that we are providing those upfront services and then having that continuum of care. I've got some great contacts out of that. And again, like I said, I'm hopeful that we can reconvene maybe in July, if not the first part of August, through our Public Safety Coordinating Council and invite, why are you shaking your head no?
We can fix that at the break.
Yeah.
I'm first.
And invite Lutheran and DCF down to kind of talk about all the wraparound services that's going on in the state. A few people reached out to me, and I think we're making some really good progress. I mean, with Florida Blue, getting some providers on that list and that can provide those insurance needs that we have for new providers in our county and scrubbing the list and getting people off. So again, I think we're making some good first strides, but, and I'm gonna go along with this $2 million. But again, I would like for us over the next 12 months as we go through this to work together and see what we can do for measurabilities and outcomes to show that we as Citrus County can work on this together and drive those numbers down and get the help where it needs to go. And I have a lot of other ideas on how I want to do this, and I want to be a partner with you as well.
Thank you. I actually feel like this whole journey has been very bipolar. Like we were almost there with that 2 million, and 11th hour somebody came in and said, no, we've got 6 million for you. And then that went away. So I truly am leery of seeing a contract. We've never been able to get the contract to justify the $2 million, but I'm going to go ahead and support this because I'm hopeful you can do it. But it is just, this has not been, this is, I'll believe it when I see it. I guess that's where I'm at. Like, this has been a long road and back and forth and legal and, you know, foundation money. And let's just see if we can do this. And I hope you can do it because it is important, and it's enough dragging our feet on this. Or so.
Madam Chair, may I make one other comment?
Yes.
I do have one additional concern, and I could be wrong. I don't know, but it's my understanding that our proportionate share through the legislature was we're required to give. We were $500,000, and then it went to $1 million. And then I see some of these bills that are going through. It says it takes a local match of $500,000. I want to make sure that we are communicating, that we're talking with each other. I don't want to be surprised. I don't want something to go through and then you come to us and say, "Oh, now your contribution rate is $1.25 million a year or $1.5 million a year." I want to make sure that we are well informed, that we know exactly where we're at, and that's why when I say these measurables and these benchmarks, to know where we're going, how we're getting there, and we have a pathway of success. Not only for us, but for the taxpayers and the citizens of Citrus County.
Yeah, absolutely. Was any of that money that you received in this budget cycle, are we responsible for matching?
You already matched it, and I will find if there are additional match dollars, I have other match sources.
Can you come to the microphone for me? And thank you for bringing that up.
Yes, good afternoon.
Your name and?
Rick Hankey, Livestream Behavioral Center. And want to say that no, we would not be coming back for more match. It's already matched, and I have other sources of match dollars. This has been very well thought through. And I believe, as Commissioner Bay says, and I reiterated, made that public commitment on Friday, we do have a SAMHSA grant for $4 million for the next 4 years to create a CCBHC, or the gold standard, here in Citrus County. So that is something that we're at the beginning stage of. So we would be including all of the partners. We have an advisory committee. The beauty with this grant is that it is a planning grant. It's not an implementation grant. So we do have some time to get all the partners together, identify what those services would look like. Even though the building may take a little bit of time to build, we can still create that system. And then when it's up and running, we would be able to move forward. So I know that was more than what you wanted, but I wanted to get up here and say that because I was very excited.
Commissioner Bays.
When do you expect that the building would come to fruition?
Depending on the decision today, I have a meeting next Tuesday with my board to finalize the plan so that we can move forward. We already have the architectural drawings, but I would like to sit with some of the county and talk about too much, too little, or whatever the case may be. I've already asked the architecture to go back and make sure that the $12 million price tag is the $12 million price tag. We're not going to go over, and if we have to value engineer, we will start that process. So I will have a better answer for you early next week as far as an exact time frame.
And as far as currently, until that facility gets built, is Lecanto up and running now?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it open 24/7?
The facility, the Lecanto facility is not, the Beverly Hills facility is. That's where
And-
we do our access points.
So when this building is constructed, will it be open 24/7?
Yes. Mhm. We will move the Beverly Hills access facility to the Lecanto facility. It's built into that, the proposed facility. So it'll be a 24/7. Plus, we'll have the inpatient bed, so the facility will be a 24/7.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Sounds good.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennard, seconded by Commissioner Finnegan. We've done public comment, we've done board comment. Anything further? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 5-0. Good luck. Okay, now we're going to go back to regular business. Okay, board, E1, bids. You want to approve the bids in their entirety or approve individually? What
Madam
is your
Chair.
pleasure?
Motion to approve item E1A through E1K.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennard, and second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Thank you. We are, is it 3:30? Not yet. So we're going to move to E2.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve E2 with the exception of the Human Resources and Board of County Commissioners for fiscal 22-23.
Second.
E2, Commissioner Finnegan made the motion, Commissioner Kennard second, with the exception of the, I'm sorry, one more time, please.
With the exception of the last one, Human Resources and Board of County Commissioners for
Yes.
fiscal 22-23.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Is there any public comment on E2? Seeing none, any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E3.
Are we not addressing that, or? I thought you were just pulling it for separate discussion, no?
Her motion was to accept this except for the Human Resources and Board of County Commission.
Yeah.
That was her motion. That's what we voted on.
Thought you were pulling it for separate discussion. That's our travel budget.
No, ma'am, I didn't pull that. I just,
She pulled it and you voted for it. Would you like to, is there any?
I think things went as anticipated by the motion maker.
Okay.
E3.
I'll make a motion to approve E3.
Commissioner Finnegan,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E4.
Motion to approve E4.
Second.
Commissioner Finnegan, and I heard Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on E4? Seeing none, any board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E5.
Motion to approve E5?
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
I'm not getting into it.
Passes 5-0. E6.
Motion to approve E6?
Commissioner Finnegan?
Anybody else awake down there? Or?
Just not
We just
really a
don't.
fan.
Yeah. It's not our favorite subject.
I'm looking for a second for E6.
Second.
Thank you. Very good. Is there any public comment? Seeing none.
Commission comments
Yeah,
for those at home who have not heard this rant
there's no
before.
public comment. Is there any further board comment?
Yes, this is applying for a grant to get our money
Money
back
back.
from them.
We're
From a
paying to get.
pseudo-government body.
I feel like I could say it the same way. We're
Yeah.
paying to get our own money back.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0 with some grunts and groans. Okay, E7, Veterans Village of Citrus County, 9th modification, a memorandum of understanding.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve.
Commissioner
Second.
Bays, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Please.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bill Dixon, current president of Veterans Village. Just want to thank you all for your patience. It's been a tough haul between the pandemic and now post-pandemic with financing. We have everything in order to proceed to build this as soon as we get our financing. And we're working currently with a source of financing that may get us down to what we can afford. Currently, our mortgage rates are running 9.5 to 10% on this type of mortgage, and that would totally remove the charitable component with our current pro forma. So we're very optimistic that we'll be able to go shortly, depending again on this gentleman with whom we're working to bring in financing at perhaps half that rate. So again, thank you so much. I would love to answer any questions or any updates that you all would like.
Doctor, I do have a question. The VA is supposedly pulling out there. Is that going to mess up the synergy for that?
Make it
for
better.
what you're?
It'll make it better.
You think it'll be better?
Yes, because our plans, this was an initial project that was meant to expand.
Okay.
And when they pull out, that land will become available.
Okay, and this would be an extension of how many? This extension would be for how long?
2 years.
Oy, 2 more years for this MOU?
That's what they've requested.
It'll take that long for financing to put it together. Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
I've worked with this group for a number of years. I think it's going on 7 years. And if there was ever a worthy, I mean, we talk about mental health. This is the next thing to a Baker Act facility. This is for the very people in our community that fought for us. They're the older veterans of our community that do not have the wherewithal and the means to be able to go into a care facility. This group of individuals has worked diligently to put this together to make sure that those people can move in, and it's only going to take the amount of money that they get from their pensions to cover that. These are men and women that fought for our freedom, that live in houses that are in disrepair. They're lonely, which when we talk about mental illness, that is loneliness is one of the greatest causes of mental illness. And this is an opportunity. They're even making space that spouses can, husband and wives can live together. So when we're talking about mental health, this is the very crux of the people that fought for us and our freedoms. So if we find a Baker Act worthy, this is equally as worthy.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Doctor, maybe you could answer a question for me, because I have looked everywhere to see how this is going to benefit veterans. And if 100% of the people were at this facility taking only what they would make out of retirement, you'd be out of business. So I want to know how, above any other ALF that gets the government assistance for veterans, how this is going to work. I understand the name veterans in it, and I care very deeply about our veterans. I just don't see how this program is going to work to benefit our veterans any more than other ALFs that help our veterans.
Well, there are not other ALFs that help our veterans. There's one in Florida. There's another one, I believe, in Georgia. There's one, I think, maybe South Carolina, Oklahoma. There are very few that are specifically designated to help veterans. What this will do is there will be a base rate. Let's use a fake number. Let's say it's $2,000 a month. And some of the veterans, those that served during wartime, depending upon financial testing, will be entitled to something called aid and attendance that will come close to that $2,000 a month. Now, some may have to pay $400 a month or so, but they're not going to have to pay $4,200 a month or $4,800 a month for similar level care from a private ALF. Since we're tax exempt, we can run this, and we've gone over the pro forma. We've paid good money for an outside financial organization to review our pro forma, and they agree that given our base, our demographics and so on, we can do this. We are planning on being able to do this and then generate some net operating income with which we'll be able to provide charity. For example, if Sergeant Dixon and Mrs. Dixon move in there, and Sergeant Dixon, being male, takes a dirt nap earlier than Mrs. Dixon will not be asked to leave because the sergeant's money is not there anymore. Her room and board will be covered for so long as she stays with us. In addition to that, we'll be able to fund a full-time director of Veterans Affairs that will help them apply for this aid and attendance, because it's a steep hill working with the government to get this. We'll help them with their move, help them with disposition of assets, and we'll hook them up with medical providers in the county in addition to what the VA has. So we have, and I'd be glad to give you the pro forma, we can do this. I want to reassure you, with in the range of what they get for aid and attendance, and some of them won't have aid and attendance, but they'll be able to spend that theoretical $2,000 a month, whereas they would not have been able to go into any of the local assisted living facilities closer to $3,800 to $4,200, $4,400 a month.
Thank you. Here's my concerns. Aid and attendance, and I do see Mr. Watson sitting here, Mr. Howard, if we need further explanation on that, can be used anywhere in the community. And again, the name veterans in it, so I'm very careful. And I do want everyone to know that I have a great deal of respect for our veterans. I even sit on the board of the Veterans Foundation. So I'm aware of their issues and their needs. One of my concerns is that they can get that benefit at any ALF, and I'm very cautious about the county giving land to one entity and helping one business over another. Because to help any of these people, you're going to have private pay people to make money, and I don't know that we're doing that fairly. My other concern is that the minutes from July 14th of 2022 of our Veteran Services Advisory Board state unanimously, all 5 Veterans Advisory Board members agree there is no confidence in the Veterans Village project. My other concern is this is now going to be 10 years. If we extend another 2 years, we know somebody else would like that property and access to that property and to buy that property. The county needs money right now, and this project, we're just holding on forever. I don't understand in the next 2 years how you're going to get funding when you didn't get funding in the last 8 years. I know it's a difficult conversation to have, but the county has a lot of critical needs right now. And we do have a veteran services officer that helps these veterans and can get them this aid in attendance. And there's other ALFs here that will help them in the same way. So I have a lot of concerns about us hanging on to this project. I don't know that we're doing the best for our veterans, and I don't know that we're doing the best for our county taxpayers. These are their assets, and they've been tied up.
Well, if I may address that, Commissioner Finnegan.
Yes.
I'm disappointed to hear that there was any vote of lack of confidence. It's been a struggle, as Commissioner Bay said. The first struggle, of course, was funding, and then with the assistance from the hospital board, we were ready to go, ready to build, and the pandemic hit us. And then you couldn't get a contract, you couldn't get a contractor to give us a bid. And because we are a not-for-profit organization, and the building is owned by no one, essentially, and it's owned basically by the citizens of Citrus County, they will always own that facility. Veterans Village is an LLC, not-for-profit, and we have no ownership in it. So in order to get financing from a bank, we had to get USDA funding. They guaranteed our loans. And USDA told us that they needed from us a fixed rate contract from a builder, and we couldn't get one. No builder in his right mind was going to give us a fixed rate contract with supply chain issues and supply issues during the midst of the pandemic. And so we were asked by our bank and the USDA to put it on pause. Then as the pandemic wave receded, then we hit the interest rate, the inflation and the interest rate hikes. Even though everything is set up, we have a management team, we have full architectural plans, we have permitting, we have already made some site changes. Everything is ready to go. We ran into this difficulty with the high price of financing. And we know that the hospital board is willing to support us substantially more in terms of money additionally. And we are working with this other source of financing, which would possibly preclude our needing a mortgage. And under those circumstances, then we should be able to go forward. Now, as to the value to the county, it'll bring in $1 million a year expending in the county. It'll provide 30 jobs after construction. It'll provide 40 jobs during the course of construction. And as regards to your comments about other assisted living facilities, Dr. Desai and I run 2 assisted living, and now he's on 3 assisted living facilities. And I don't know of such assisted living facilities that would be willing to take the meager amount that these vets get for aid and attendance and permit them to stay in. That would be about half of the rates. And I'd be happy to talk to you after about who these people are that can afford to do that. Dr. Desai and I couldn't at either one of our facilities. And so the aid and attendance, which you say can be used anywhere, it won't work at any decent assisted facility. It just won't. It's too little money. But we can do this.
That was my point for your facility.
Yes, and I'm assuring you that not only have Dr. Desai and I have experience building them, we have a management company that has 18 or 20 of them that they service and service the 2 that we have. We've worked out a pro forma. We've done all the demographics. We've looked at what kind of revenues we need. And yes, there are going to be some private pay. Some veterans are going to come in and they're going to pay the magic $2,000, and they won't have aid and attendance. We're not relying completely on aid and attendance, but we're going to be available for veterans who are impoverished to the point where aid and attendance is all they have. And we'll make it very close to what they need to live there in the company of other veterans and wives in a nice facility, not some broken down 4 or 5 person place that calls itself an assisted living facility, with the benefit of recreational facilities, physical therapy, and a director that will be looking after their affairs. So what we're offering is a great service for our veterans. And I can tell you that statewide, we've spoken to the Florida Division of Veterans, and they are completely supportive and would like us to become a template all over the state of Florida. What we do, they would like to become a template in Ocala and in surrounding counties and all over the state. And if we get it right, it may become a template nationwide for managing these needy veterans.
So I think you misunderstand. I wish you the greatest success if
Oh,
you
I
have a
understand
plan
that.
to make this happen. I just don't know that it's the county's role to give property. And I didn't hear that the hospital board was back on board with you. But if they are, that's fantastic. And maybe they could help in locating property for you if this is something that they really are looking into. I just think that we're helping your business and not any of the other businesses. And we have county property available that we need or we need the income from. And this is a project that just hasn't got off the ground for 8 years. And like I said, unfortunately, it's a difficult conversation, but that's why we're elected, to ask the hard questions and do what's best for every taxpayer. I want our veterans to get the best care. And you say between you and Dr. Desai, you have like 3 facilities, I'm sure, making wonderful money. It would be great, to use some of that and help our veterans in those facilities also. I mean, you have,
Well, you refer to
all
this
the
as our
resources.
business. It's not our business. This is the veterans' business. We are not business owners in this. Desai and I are volunteers. We've been volunteering now. I've been volunteering now for 7 years. Desai is on it for 9. This is not our business. You're not helping one business over another. You're helping the county's veterans. So I don't understand where you refer to it as if we're running a liquor store and you're helping our liquor store versus someone else. It's not.
Dr. Dixon, I'm so sorry. This is open to the public comment, and I've given you huge latitude, but I even gave you more.
I appreciate that. Thank you so
So
much.
I do need to go to the next person, and
Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate all of you.
Thank
very
you,
much.
sir.
Mhm.
next speaker.
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs resident. I have been here since the beginning with the village. I have seen the plans, I've listened to them over and over. They need the time to get the funding. This is a wonderful project for our residents and our veterans. And I am more passionate about this than I am about Livestream, because we need to support these people that are trying to do the best for people that don't have a lot. I've gone through the ALS with my in-laws, and believe me, you have to spend down to less than $2,000 in an ALS in order to get that aid to dependents. And that's heartbreaking for anybody to have to spend that money down. And when I saw the care that you get in ALS and what they're going to be offering, if we can wait till they can get their funding, and if you go out to the bank right now, money is very, very tight. And they need to get the best possible bang for their buck so that they can do the best for our veterans and our veterans' families. I think you should allow them at least the 2 more years latitude to try.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Bob Preslack, and as a military veteran, I want to take my hat off to those guys. As I approach and talk about this, I had the opportunity to visit a VA facility up North Florida. There was something different about that AOF than any AOF anywhere, and that is the people in that facility can understand each other. Unless you've been in a war, I get emotional when I talk about stuff like this. Unless you've been there and see it, people don't understand. I was a hospital administrator. I've been on the board of this hospital, and I've seen going through a hospital where people literally do this because they're alone. People don't understand them. A lot of people don't understand veterans. They don't understand what they've been through. I don't know why I'm getting emotional, but I do. Because I've seen it, I have friends who they would have appreciated what we're trying to offer. And, and with all respect, we're not talking about a business. We're talking about people who have put their lives, for all of us. So yes, it's taken time, but you know what? It takes time to build something really good. So all we're asking is 2 more years to let this happen. And I guarantee you, we're going to put every effort to make sure it does happen. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for your service.
Next speaker? Anyone else want to speak?
Board, Phil Watson, I'm the Veteran Service Manager. So what I was going to just come up here and just give an overview is the aid and attendance program, because I get this question a lot, and as you know, me and my whole staff, we do this every day, all the time. And so, in short, aid and attendance is a program that is eligible to use to veterans and their widows to go into a facility. So there's a couple criterias for that. So the first criteria is the wartime. They have to have the wartime period. And so for most of our veterans right now, that's the Vietnam kind of criteria. So which right now is really basically 64 to 75. You have to meet those criterias for that. Now they just changed the law recently where folks from 55 to 64, if they were boots on the ground in Vietnam, actual boots on the ground, then they would qualify. And then of course the Korean period qualifies and World War II period qualifies. So then we're getting kind of into a period from 75 to 90. They won't have the wartime. So that's one piece of it that you have to meet to get the aid and attendance benefit. The other side of it is the cost, the means tested essentially. So income and assets cannot be more than $150,000 and $150,000 and $538. So if they have more income and assets combined than that, then they would not meet the criteria for aid and attendance. So that's the main thing there. Then when we process the kind of package to move it forward, then we kind of get into how much their monthly income is, because sometimes they might be under the asset level, but their monthly income drives them out of it. So for a married veteran, the most they can get for aid and attendance is $2,642. And what that means is after medical expenses, if their income is zero, then they get $2,642 for a married veteran if they meet the other criteria. For a single veteran, it's $2,229. So again, if their income, say they had $5,000 of income, and then after all their medical expenses, non-reimbursed medical expenses, whether that be ALFs, prescription copays, all those types of things, then they would get $2,229. For a widow, they can get up to $1,432. So those are basically the kind of overview. And technically, yes, you can go in any facility, and we process these packages all the time for anyone in a number of facilities around the county. Most of them will take the benefit. Now, I will say that most of them are probably more than the max that a married veteran will get, because I usually see those figures. I don't know how, some of those still have income left over, so they pay it through that, or they pay it out of their assets. Now, I can't speak to how another private group's going to subsidize anything like that. I don't know how that's going to be, but those are basically the criteria for aid and attendance. And so if you don't fall into those, then you don't get the aid and attendance benefit. But sometimes veterans have other means. Maybe they have an actual retirement or pension through the military or something like that. And then some veterans have disability, like a service-connected disability, which is completely separate. This is a pension program through the VA. So some veterans may not qualify for actual the pension program through aid and attendance, but they do, maybe they get income through the VA through a disability. And that could be anywhere from 10% being about $150 a month up to 100% service connected, which depending on how many dependents you got is about $3,500 a month. So that's kind of my little wrap it up in a bow for aid and attendance, just to give some context of how that all works.
Did that help any of you?
Well, you know, the one thing you said did point something out. I mean, for aid and attendance, it's wartime. Well, we've lost most of our World War II vets, a lot of our Korean. We've got Vietnam War, not that they'll all need this type of facility. And then there's no more. Then there's a huge lull till the Afghanistan, Iraqi war vets retire, correct?
It'd be from 1990 forward is the next period of what the VA recognizes for wartime. So it's basically, they started in
1947.
8290. So anyone that served from August 2nd of 1990 going forward, and they have 1 day of war service in 24 consecutive months, because not all have that. That's another little kind of caveat in there for the newer folks. So if you don't have the 24 months, because some people go in and for whatever reason they don't get their 24 months, and then they would have to meet that too. So
How many veterans do you think would be eligible for this?
right now in Citrus County, and I guess it's not limited to Citrus County, because this is, you know, you could use it for anybody. So we have about 19,000 veterans in this county. I don't have the exact breakdown of how many actual like wartime veterans versus non-veterans. Not for the county. I mean, I think I have some bigger numbers, but I would probably say it's probably tilted more towards the wartime veterans at this point, because the force over time has been much larger. We're a much smaller force than we've ever been in the history of the armed forces. We're more of an expeditionary force. So you look back at the periods of Vietnam and stuff, we were, 2.5, 3 million. Now we're just over 1 million. So there's going to be more probably in the older generations as far as total veterans, just because we were a much larger force.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I have one other question.
Okay. We're just going, we're just letting,
Absolutely.
you know.
It's kind of, well, this is this is, if you're gonna go off protocol, this is a topic to do it on. Is there an age restriction? Because ALFs are typically for, older, but
No.
then there could be some really disabled vets.
There's
that are much
there's no
younger.
age. If you meet the need, so what we do when we get with a veteran or their family and someone's wanting to apply for aid and attendance, so we usually bring them in for a consult. We sit them down for an hour, and we have a packet. And in that packet, they have to disclose all their financial stuff. We give them a checklist, all the financial stuff they have to disclose to the VA. And then there's two things that we provide in that package form-wise that are VA actual forms. So there's a 779. That is a form that's filled out by the facility. They're going to put their costs and what services they provide to that veteran. And then the 2680 is the other important piece of it. That's a doctor's form. So it's a 3-page form that the veteran's doctor fills out. It doesn't have to be a VA doctor. It can be any doctor. And so that 3-page form basically illustrates to the VA that this veteran is in need of the care, and he has to meet one of those criteria. So age is not a factor in that.
Well, my point being is that gap becomes much less defined. That gap of no wartime, peacetime, becomes much less defined when there's no age restrictions on that. See what I'm saying? Like typically, if you're looking at demographically, there'd be a big swell, and then
Yeah.
But if age is not an issue, you're looking at some pretty horrific, aftermath physically for some veterans.
Yeah. So yeah, you could definitely have some veteran that served in the 90s that, and I think we've had a few like that they're much younger. They could be in their 40s or something, but because of certain injuries, and they look at the ADLs, that some ADLs that they need help with. That's the form that the doctor needs to illustrate to the VA that this veteran is in need of the care, and yeah, they could get the benefit, even if they're much younger.
Madam Chair, I have no other questions.
Thank you. Can I continue open to the public, and then we'll go to the board?
Is there somebody else?
I'm
Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right, go ahead.
Is there anyone else before we move on that would like to speak to this issue? Going once, going twice? Okay. I'll close the public comment portion. Commissioner Davis.
I want to make it abundantly clear that I support Veterans Village. I support the people behind it. I believe that they have the brain trust to make sure that they can make this a financial viability. I certainly, with 50% of my immediate family being longtime veterans, I'm certainly very supportive of veterans. My caveat here is that with the VA, I was surprised to hear Dr. Dixon say that that would actually improve it to have the VA leave. So I came in here saying I'm tapping out at 8 and let's find other property. Top at 8 extensions. I still think that it is fine for the county to help with property. I'm just not sure that that's the highest and best use of that property versus finding something even more appropriate for the for Veterans Village. The point is also well taken that we are in a budget. This is a crisis year budget-wise, and we could sure use additional monies into our coffers. So now I'm torn because Dr. Dixon, whom I respect, has said that that was actually good that the VA left. I was thinking that there's a higher and better use for that. So I'm a little conflicted. You haven't weighed in yet.
I do want to say, I really appreciate your comments. It is not easy to say, because veterans' name is in this, hey, I don't think a 2-year extension is going to help you. The interest rates are going up. I think in 2 years you're going to come and say, I need another extension. That's my feelings. It's very emotionally charged because, as you know, said it, my dad was a World War II pilot. My brothers, my uncles, my daughter is going into the military. We love veterans, but I cannot support another 2 years. I can't. I can go a year. I'd like to. I don't know why you need 2 years. If you, maybe Commissioner Bates can explain why 2 years, not even a shorter amount of time. Dr. Dixon, you said yourself, if the interest rates go up, then your pro forma is out the window. We don't have a crystal ball to see if the interest rates are going to go down. But I appreciate what Commissioner Finnegan said, because the last 2 votes, October 26, 2021, I said, this will be the last time I support this, guys. I just don't think it's moving forward. And then in July 12th of 2022, I said, this truly, really is the last time I'm going to support this. And then here it comes again. And I feel like I'm being put in a position where I have to say, oh, if I don't support this, I don't support veterans, which is not true.
Madam Chair, on your comment, I do want to point out those minutes again, and I believe you were it shows that you were at that meeting. We have a Veteran Service Advisory Board for a reason. They are veterans. So it's not us, just the commissioners who, like I said, you were sitting on that board. I sit on the Veterans Foundation board. We do everything we can to help our veterans in Citrus County. But our veterans that we appointed gave a vote of no confidence for this project. Not us, our veterans said that. So I understand we feel like we have to defend ourselves for our support and love of our veterans. And I'm sure that something else will come before this board and we can highlight all of our efforts and our care and concern for veterans. But I'm listening to our veterans.
Thank you. And I was going to say that I have met with veterans and they don't have the vote of confidence. I'm very torn because I would like to know why 2 years? Why 2 years? Why can't we figure this out financing in 6 months? I mean, we've had 8 years. I understand there was COVID, but things have moved forward even during COVID. Commissioner Bays?
Given the fact that our next, I believe that our next income Senate president is a big fan of this project, also wants to pilot this, and that the hospital board has given you some financing for it and you have others, do you think that you'll have your financing package put together in 12 months? May you come and address that?
Please, come forward.
Yes. We'll have it, either we're going to fail or we'll have it in less than 12 months.
So you can live with 12 months.
Oh, absolutely. We're close. Nothing's ever guaranteed. We're close to getting financing at half of the 10%. And if we get that, it's a go. And that's going to be our last resource. I agree with your comments about interest rates. I wouldn't have any idea what the interest is going to be in a year from now. I have no idea. But I know we can't live the projects dead in the water at current interest rates. And so we do have a lot of additional support from the hospital board. Despite what you've seen in the paper, we have a good relationship with the hospital board. They're completely supportive. They were concerned about progress as well, because they also are responsible to the public, you know. And so yes, we can certainly live with a year, and I mean, if we don't get it done soon enough, as old as I am, I ain't going to see it. So I'm all up for getting it done in a year. And if you can extend us for a year, we won't be back, because it'll either get done or it'll fail.
Madam Chair.
Can you, I'm sorry, go right ahead.
With all due respect to Dr. Dixon, that's an impossible question. Of course, you're going to say it can be done in a year. That happens every single year. We're just kicking the can down the road till next year. It's one more year. The interest rates are high. This didn't happen when the interest rates were historically low over and over again. Nothing's going to change. I feel like just giving that option, okay, if we can't do 2 years, just hold on for one more year, then you come back on one more year and just say, we're almost there. We have to stop tying up this asset. I mean, this is honestly to the point of ridiculous.
As I said, we were ready until the pandemic came in. And I don't have any control over pandemics or interest rates. That's nothing for which I take any responsibility. We were ready with the hospital support. We had a mortgage. We had the bank. We had the USDA support. The pandemic came in. That was totally beyond our control. We were ready. As you suggest, we were ready 5 years ago.
But it's my understanding you paid a lobbyist too, and that did not help the effort.
We paid a lobbyist, and we got a tremendous amount of support from the legislature. We met, Mr. Bays and I spent 2 days up there talking to people. In the end, apparently, one of the representatives did not submit a recommendation. The other did, and it just didn't go forward. If one of our recommendations had submitted a recommendation for a substantial amount of money, I believe it would have gone forward, but it didn't, and so we have to live with that.
Thank you, Doctor.
Anything else? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm just going to stick with listening to veterans. I have to listen to our county's veterans. That's what I'm sticking with.
Commissioner Bays?
Well, I will tell you that I was very disturbed by the fact that this came on the agenda, and almost immediately there was an offer that came from someone at Black Diamond that wants to buy this land. So do I feel like there was some backroom deals going on? You betcha I do. So I'm putting it out there. I think that's I think it's a slap in the face to our veterans that are in most need, and for people that have put a lot of effort and energy and volunteer time into this. I walked those halls. I've been with these people, the fight, and again, I think this is one of those issues that if we think that mental health is important in our community, enough that we just donated $2 million to a nonprofit that has a return of over $60 million a year, and we don't want to do this for our veterans, shame on us.
Well, Commissioner Bays, all due respect, Black Diamond wanted to buy this land in 2015 or 2016, and it was tied up. So I'm sure when they saw this, and we all got the letter.
So then why wasn't it sold after that then? When this came back up?
It can't be sold. This is tied
You said
up.
16 and 17.
In
It came for
15, I
renewal.
said 15 and 16. This came up in 2016. So 2015, they wanted to buy this land. I know that for a fact. And I have nothing to do with any backroom deals, but this, I know just from living there, reading the newspaper, they wanted this land. So I don't think that there's anything nefarious involved, but we have tied this land up along. I am not going to support 2 years. There's a motion on the floor for 2-year extension. I cannot
Madam Chair, I'll
support
withdraw
2.
my motion and I'll make the motion for 1 year with quarterly updates if they can't. They should know, give us quarterly updates in 6 months, they should know. And, but I think that we owe it to this group since they spent the money, they've gone before Tallahassee and we actually have some movement on it. I think that's a reasonable ask.
So you're amending it to
I'm amending my
1
motion
year.
to 1 year with quarterly updates.
And I'll
To-
amend mine as well, my second.
Any
I'll
other,
call for the motion.
any other board comment?
If we're gonna sell this, it seems like the time is now. Before property values drop, we need it now. The community's screaming how we need money. The veterans have, like I pointed out, have a no confidence. It's been 8 or 9 years. It's time to cut it loose.
Okay,
And that doesn't mean their project is over.
right,
It's a piece of property. Their
right.
project can continue on. It's not like we're voting to get rid of this project. It's just not extending the project on this piece of property.
Okay, did you, any others? You
Call
call
for
the
the
vote?
question,
You
yep.
called the question, okay. So I'm gonna do a roll call vote, please. For the motion on the floor.
Commissioner Bays,
Aye.
Commissioner Kennard,
Aye.
Commissioner Chair Slayball. Nope, you're last. Sorry. I'm sorry. I haven't done this in a while.
That's all right.
Sorry. Okay, Commissioner Finnegan,
Nay.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
and Chair Slayball.
I'm gonna, it's passed, but I'm gonna do nay. So 3-2, congratulations. Please get this done. Okay, moving on to E8.
Motion approved, item E8.
Second. We
Is
have
there
a
any-
time certain at 3:30.
Oh, yes, thank you. Is there any public comment on E8? Seeing none, is there any board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Very good. Okay, we have a time certain. Thank you, Commissioner Davis. And that is,
I'll be right back.
time certain. Thank you, June.
You're welcome. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, Commissioners, June Randall, Human Resources. Just want to introduce Athena from the Gearing Group, which is our insurance broker. You're
Thank
welcome.
you. H2.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. As June mentioned, my name is Athena Urshard. I work for the Gearing Group, and the Gearing Group has had the pleasure of working with the county for a number of years. We are the insurance consultant for the employee benefits program here. And the item that is before you today is in regards to the employee contributions and changing how the contribution strategy, basically. So before I get into that, I just wanted to provide you with some context and a little bit of background. Are you driving, Doug? And I need very large fonts, so I had to bring. Okay, sure thing. So we'll go to number 3. So the county has been self-insured with Florida Blue since 2008. We went out for RFP most recently in 2021. After that was analyzed and presented, Florida Blue still came out as the winner of that RFP for the network penetration that is in this area, as well as a more competitive plan design. Last year in 2022, for a number of years, the employees had two options to choose from for medical insurance, a base plan and a high plan. Last year, we consolidated those plans, and now there is one plan option that is being offered. The reason for consolidating to one plan as opposed to two was primarily because of that plan, the higher plan trended at a faster rate in terms of cost, and also the adverse selection, because a lot of members with the more expensive conditions were electing that higher plan option. Currently, the county pays for 100% for the cost of single coverage, and then the employees pick up the cost if they enroll any dependents. So any spouse and children would be absorbed by the employees.
Ma'am,
Yes.
does the county pay for the dental and vision?
Not the vision.
But we do pay for dental?
The single, yes, for single
And life?
coverage. And for basic life.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
And I'm on slide 4. The summary of benefits, this gives you all just an overview of what the medical insurance plan looks like. There's a $1,500 annual deductible for those that are enrolled with single coverage. Families have a $3,000 deductible. The out-of-pocket maximum, if you stay in network and visit contracted providers, that's going to be $4,500 for a single and $9,000 if you're enrolled with dependents. There's a $30 copay for a primary care office visit, a $55 copay for specialty, $75 for urgent care. The emergency room is going to be subject to the deductible and the coinsurance. There's a 70-30 split. So once the deductible is satisfied by the member, the insurance carrier is going to pick up 70% of that cost, and the member is going to pick up 30% until they hit that maximum out of pocket. Advanced imaging is subject to a $175 copay, and your inpatient and outpatient hospital is also subject to the deductible and coinsurance. And then pharmacy has 3 different tiers depending on the prescription drug: $15 for tier 1, $40 for tier 2, and $60 for tier 3. So that's an overview of what the actual plan design looks like. Getting into the claims experience and how the plan has run. And this is how an insurance carrier is going to look at the plan. We call it a rolling 12. So the most up-to-date claims information that we have right now is from May 2022 through April of 2023. When I take that 12-month period and I compare it to how the plan was trending exactly a year ago, the total claim spend is approximately 13.2% higher. Your membership, that's the number of belly buttons, if you will, that are enrolled in the medical insurance plan, has increased slightly, 2.7%. Your medical claims have decreased by 4% on a per member per month basis, but here's what's driving a lot of that cost is the pharmacy. Pharmacy has increased 47.7% higher per member per month. Now, a couple other interesting statistics with that. There are obviously very, very expensive medications, very necessary medications that people need because they have serious conditions. The top 5 medications are driving 48% of the pharmacy cost. That's less than 1% of the membership. So I just want everyone to understand what's driving that are mainly large claimants. And I'll go to the next slide, Doug, where there's one catastrophic claimant that has exceeded the county's threshold of $200,000. And then there are 6 more right after that that have that are over 100,000. So those 6 high claimants alone are driving 18% of the total overall spend. Some of the considerations that, and I'm on slide number 6 right now, Doug. Some of the considerations that we looked at during the process was looking at a high deductible health plan, looking at changing the tier structure, also making some modifications to the plan design. And all of those things actually put more of a burden on the employees with a relatively low impact to the county. So meaning it's not saving you enough money for, you know, making these drastic changes for the employees. So the actuarial projection for the medical insurance plan, and you've heard it earlier today, is calling for a 12.9% increase. This is a total overall medical insurance increase. Then you have the piece that the county funds because they pay 100% of that single coverage. So everything together is calling for that 12.9%. What's driving that mainly is obviously the medical claims and more specifically the pharmacy claims. And I had mentioned yes.
Oh, excuse me. This is the 13% we were talking about earlier?
It is.
And so it's the 17% isn't.
The 17% may account for other benefits that they might be packaging with that, looking at the total employee benefits, but the medical alone is calling for the 13% or the 12.9.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So again, I think I've educated the commission on really what's driving this. There's also, and we're seeing this in a lot of our public sector groups and private sector groups as well, the COVID backlogs and people that have delayed care. And now those conditions that may have been more minor are now becoming more serious to treat. So the funding recommendation, and you'll see in the item that's in the agenda, typically the contribution structure for the Board of County Commissioners, again, has been that they absorb 100% of the employee-only cost. The item that's before you is to maintain the employee contributions for the family and not raise them. And I also want to point out that the contributions are split because those who are nicotine users have an additional $50 surcharge tacked on to their employee contribution. So the item that's before you is asking to hold those 2022-23 employee contributions and absorb that additional expense so that those who are enrolled with dependents can maintain the same employee contributions that they're currently paying this year. And that results in approximately $154,816. That's the differential between this amended contribution strategy, if you will, versus the one that's currently in place. And obviously this is not a set in stone. Contribution strategies can change from year to year. So next year we would be looking at this again to see what makes the most sense. But because, and you've heard the reoccurring theme all throughout the day, because of inflation and what people are burdened with in terms of costs, that is the ask of the board.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Board? Commissioner Bays?
I don't know if this is a possibility, but when we do a new hire, is it possible to require a baseline physical and then every year, especially after you reach a certain age, to have physicals so that you can benchmark against the baselines to see? Because you just indicated that some of this has gone without.
For the COVID backlogs, yes. I mean, some of those conditions, and this is not just unique to Citrus County, this is something that we're seeing in a lot of our groups because people didn't have access to care. For example, a lot of, I know firsthand that employees were having difficulty scheduling mammograms, for example. So those got put off. That's not specific. That's just one example. I'm not saying that's what happened here. But a lot of the conditions that are driving the claims cost right now, this 13% that we're looking at, are really hard conditions, like there's a rare disease, which is the number one claimant, some cancers, things that you may catch early, but they probably have already exacerbated at that point. But to answer your question, there are things you can do in a wellness program, for example, to promote that, biometrics exams and physicals so that people go and get their cholesterol numbers and their sugar and whatnot.
And any idea what it would take to implement something like that?
It takes work. Obviously, it's additional, work on staff in some regards because a lot of that has to be tracked. But we have several groups that have, wellness programs that promote those types of things.
And where I came from, we had that as well. So we've actually talked about that at staff level. There is staff it requires you to do that. It's actually a good program. It's more voluntary to get compliance, which is a good thing. Some of the other suggestions, you got to be careful with HIPAA. So there's some violation. We can't, require that, but there's definitely, I think, a good way of looking at this wellness and do more robust opportunity. I'm very interested in that. I've talked to staff about that as well. I'm looking at our clinic. Also, some of the things you talked about earlier, if we can work closer with other agencies in this county, I think that's important. There could be some synergy opportunities there too to share those services as well. So we've talked a lot about that, and we definitely want to make that a strategic goal going forward.
And then have we done a cost benefit analysis between our clinic and our healthcare plan to make sure that the utilization factor is a cost benefit to the county?
Yeah, there's some detail. I don't know how, but I know there's definitely 90% utilization. I've looked at numbers. I like to look at cost avoidance when I'm doing these clinics to make sure actually they're saving us money like they should. But I think it's a pretty robust program. I've actually went through it myself just to make sure. And I'll tell you, we do a lot of programs out of there for the employees. There are a lot of good things, but there's always an opportunity to improve. But I'm not sure about the numbers you've looked at for the cost avoidance, but I think that's quite a bit that I've looked at today.
Is there a way, like I think what you're referring to is the school
Yes.
and the sheriff and the county all have.
Yeah. And where I came from, we actually did a opportunity with a couple different agencies trying to share those costs, but also you got to be careful because then you got to build up. You got to make sure those agreements are pretty solid because if they leave you, now you're stuck with that staffing. But I think all those are things to really take a good look at. We want to do a deep dive after this renewal, even at our healthcare plan overall. I think there's a lot of suggestions, best practices around the state that we can look at, I think, and then bring back to the board. But we're all over it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Board, what is your pleasure for H2? Thank you.
Madam Chair, I could just throw a few thoughts out there because I not really one way or the other, and I'm just going to talk out loud and maybe you guys can offer something back to get me there. At first blush, I would say we just did this pay and class study. So if we tack on more money to our employees to pay for their dependents, does that throw some of that out of the water? But on the other side of that, how long do we keep putting in our portion for dependents? And then as insurance goes up for people that haven't taken the county insurance for dependents because they'd have to pay for it, if that insurance is going up, then they may say, well, the county is subsidizing part of that. So how many more people will get on our insurance for their dependents? And then will we continually be subsidizing? So that's why I see it both ways. So I thought maybe if I just talk out loud, you all will, sharpen one way or the other.
Well, I appreciate that. I actually have the family plan, and I make a joke that I do this job for just the insurance, because private sector, the amount of money that I was paying and what I'm paying for me, my husband, well, not me, my husband and my 2 daughters, is definitely worth it. But if I was in a different position and not a commissioner, it would be very hard for me to be making $13 an hour and then have this additional money. There's no hope, and we will not continue to hold our employees because Wawa is paying them 15 and giving them some kind of package. So I'm going to support this. And I think it's very important that the employees know that I'm going to support this, and that it is important to have their children insured. And this is a good program, but if we like you said, we've done the paying class study. We might have a little wiggle room for this money with what we talked about. I've gone over it a lot with Aaron, and it isn't going to impact us. We're going to roll that into the paying class, but it's unfortunate that it's $154,000, but I think it's going to be some of the best money that we have spent because it's going to go towards employees' families.
Madam
and
Chair?
I'm definitely going to support it.
I make a motion, we approve item H2, A and B.
Thank you. Well, thank you. I was wondering when you're going to shut me up. I'm going to go Commissioner Kennard, and then I did hear Commissioner Finnegan.
I did.
Well, I heard Finnegan, that's sorry. And then any public comment on this, and thank you so much. Any public comment on treating our employees well? Let's see, none? Any further board comment? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. There you go, it passes 5-0. Okay, then we are back to.
E9.
Motion to approve item E9.
Second.
Oh, my word, can you give me a moment?
Like the speed.
E9. I'm glad to have a break from you people. E9. Okay, so I had a motion from Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there
It
any?
was actually the opposite.
Okay, Kennard and Davis?
Yep.
Is there any public comment on E9? Davis? Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 5-0.
Madam Chair, motion to approve E10, A and B.
Okay. Give me a
Second.
chance there to make it. Okay, Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E10, Habitat for Humanity? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E11, proposed Citrus Springs 2023 assessment area, A and B. Board,
Motion to approve E11, A and B.
Commissioner Davis,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E12,
Motion to approve E12.
Second.
Commissioner Davis, the motion, Commissioner Kennard with the second. Is there any public comment? You guys have been sitting there so long,
So long.
so long.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. My name is George Deskins. I'm the Director of Citrus County Mosquito Control. And I'd just like to say thank you for your support.
Thank you.
You do
I
a
was
great
with-
job.
I was with them a couple weeks ago and did a tour there, and it's an amazing facility, all the good work they're doing across this county. They did not get me up in the helicopter. I continue to request that. But they do really good work there, so I was impressed with your operations.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment on E12? Any board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E13.
Motion to approve E13?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E13? Any board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. E14, Amendment 1.
Motion to approve E14.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E14? Any board comment? I want to say, good job, Ken. Show me the money. Keep showing the money for this. Good job. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Thank you. 5-0.
Motion to approve
E15.
E15.
Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E15? Any further board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. E16.
Motion to approve E16.
Commissioner Davis,
Second.
Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment on the TDC E16? Okay, any board comment?
I do.
Go ahead. Commissioner Bay, Finnegan.
Yeah, this one doesn't make sense to me. So in the overview, it gives the cost to participate. $12,000, $25,000, or $40,000. It looks like it says if approved, we would spend $12,000 for the associate partnership. My problem with this is in the following paragraph, it says as the title sponsor of the program, which I don't believe we're voting on, which would be $40,000.
She's absolutely right, and I asked the same question in the briefing.
So,
thank you.
John Pritchard with Visitors Bureau. What we're going to do, the $40,000 is being rolled into the FY24 media plan. So we are doing that. What we are buying are four shows between now and the end of the fiscal year for the $12,000. That's the difference. So we will be the title sponsor on the four shows between now and October 1, and then we'll be the title sponsor for the full season starting in October.
So what are we getting for the $12,000?
Title sponsorship.
Just a fraction of a year of title.
Yes.
Okay.
And so
Did I
spoke-
completely miss that? I mean, I feel like I read every page.
It was done at the TDC level, so this is what he presented to us, and so the TDC recommendation was to close out the year and then put it into the new media plan.
You didn't miss it.
So, but you're saying, so we're getting a fraction of a title partnership?
No, we're getting a fraction of a year. We are the title sponsor for 4 shows between now and October 1.
But according to this, we're not voting for that. We're voting for the associate partnership.
No.
The costs to participate
Yes,
are.
I understand that. What was presented at the board at the TDC meeting, and if I obviously it was not clear in the hard copy. We will be title sponsor for 4 shows between now and October 1. The show cut us a deal for $12,000 to be the title sponsorship for the remainder of the year, and then we will be the full $40,000 will be part of the media plan in FY24.
So paragraph 3 in the.
So
on the
we
front
are
page.
the title sponsor. And I spoke with him this week, and so that we will have 4 shows between now and the end of the fiscal year.
Madam Chair, would you like me to amend my motion to
Wait.
read that in?
She's still, Finnegan still
Madam
has
Chair,
the
I have a
floor.
question.
I will yield my floor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bays, then we'll go to Commissioner Davis.
Is this the same fishing show that we got the video on over the weekend?
No, this is something brand new.
Okay.
This is, C.A. Richardson for years has been a television star, so to speak, in the fishing world, as running flats class television. And previously to my being here, the VCB had used him as episodes. This is a new endeavor. This leverages his celebrity, and he talks to other celebrities most of them are going to be in the outdoor world, but some of the other ones, as you see on there, like Frank Viola, there's some military folks, so it's a little different. But every story will start in Citrus County from whatever location we want him to begin. He does his little intro into the stories, and then it goes into that. But it's not a fishing show. It will be on that channel, but it's leveraging his celebrity.
So you mentioned that you're getting the title sponsorship just for this fraction of the remainder of the year, but
Correct.
then you're going to do this in your new
Correct.
budget cycle.
Correct.
So when you do your new budget cycle and you buy these ads, do you just lump them all into a buy with the media, or do they come individually?
This one would be separate in the media plan. It would say Tidewater Diaries X number of dollars, and it would show that we're for the full year, since it's other buys are segmented. If it's a short campaign, maybe like scallop season, for instance, if we were running that on the media plan, it would show it run the months leading into scallop season. So, but this is a full year purchase.
So I have two comments.
Okay.
Number one, your board approved this one and the one previously on April 12th.
Yes.
It's now the last board meeting of June.
Correct.
So I think you should work on getting these to the board quicker rather than later. Because that seems like you're basically, for me, I view this as you left 2 months of advertising on the table because it's not ratified by the Board of County Commissioners. So if you approve this in April, you lost May and June.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand. It's there. When I look back after our briefing, there were conflicts with my availability. So in part, that's why it is. It is an excuse.
I mean, when I look at them, I look at it as
Correct.
you're asking us to approve something for $12,000 that we
Mhm.
would have had the benefit of for May and June. And it's now we're in the last month of June, so you can't get this going until July. So we're paying for something that we
No.
potentially lost 2 months on.
No.
I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay.
And then second thing is when you start the new budget cycle, and if you lump buys in, I think we've heard loud and clear from the public what they want, what they don't want. So I don't know if those are going to come independently, but advertising to certain segments, if you will, is, I don't think, I just want to make sure that those don't get lumped into something that, and we get blindsided.
Message received.
Commissioner Davis.
No, I think I'm good. Unless you wanted me to amend my motion to read in that it's for a fraction of a year for the title sponsorship for 4 shows.
I did see the fine print in the middle, but if you want to read it in just for.
No, I mean, I knew that, I was surprised at the question. So if we're good with it, then let's just go forward.
Any further board discussion?
No.
Did I open this up to the public?
You did.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. E17.
Motion to approve E17.
Commissioner Bays?
Second.
I heard Commissioner Davis first. Is there any public comment on E17? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. E18.
Motion to approve item E18 by discussion
Second.
questions.
Commissioner Kennard with questions. I heard Bays for the second. Sir, you have the floor.
Well, I've been waiting to see this hit the agenda since 2016.
Oh, you
I've been
got
up
it?
and toured all the material up along the barge canal. I don't remember when we got the permit from the Corps of Engineers to expand Fish Haven 1 out there. But I'm wondering, you know, at this point, is that gonna be the total bill? Or is this, the cost now gone to 3 million or 4 million? And how's this all gonna happen? When's it gonna happen?
Mr. Howard?
See if Erin's got some of those details. Obviously, she's facilitating this for another department.
Hello again. So you are correct. We've been waiting a very long time. I think they had our application for about 2 years. It was quite a while. When this was put in, and again, when the board heard it, it was supposed to be, all of the material would be able to be barged out to Fish Haven 1 for that $1.2 million. Obviously, a lot has happened since then. So in speaking with Aquatics, I don't know that we're 100% sure that this would be able to move all of the material. I can tell you, because it is federal funding, we're having to do a cost analysis, and it's just required through the federal government. So we have a consultant doing that right now. So we will find out what that estimate is to move it. I did speak with Balmoral, who is, you know, the management team for the Golf Consortium. I did let them know that this may not possibly fund the movement of all of the material. They are aware of that, and they said to let them know if that becomes the case. They believe it would be okay going forward, that we could let the Gulf Coast Ecosystem Restoration Council know that not all of the material would be moved, because we gave them an estimated amount that was there ready to go. So hopefully when we get the estimate back in, I've heard that it did better than we thought it would, but I don't have 100% the number yet.
Okay, have we reached out to others? I know in the past there's been some discussion about being able to realize some efficiency in barges passing through the area, or if these organizations that move such heavy material, if they are mobilizing equipment for another job, possibly south of here or north of here, that we can save some on that mobilization fee and get scheduled in there. Are we? I don't know who you reach out to, but does this group have these connections, or how do we?
I don't know. When we get all of the information back, we can let you know who they asked for that. I do know, and I was told, because obviously this is not my area, that there is a specific crane that will have to be on this barge to move the material over. I've also been told it will take several trips. So basically saying that barge will have to be here for a few days. So I don't know if that would still be a possibility, but when we have another meeting with them, I will definitely ask for them to look at that.
It's for anyone on board that has not seen the amount of material yet that's sitting up on the barge canal, it is the old barge canal bridge that when it was taken down or disassembled, it was cut into very large pieces and stored up on, I think it's DEP property up there, right along the edge of the barge canal. And when this material is put into place out there, this reef out there will be second to none on the west coast of Florida. I believe Mark Edwards, I think if he wasn't orchestrating the size of these pieces cut up, he was very involved in it, and it will be a phenomenal reef. I'm anxious to see it get in the water. Thank you.
Yep.
What's that?
Did I open it to the public? Okay. We have a motion on the floor, and by Commissioner Kennard, and a second by Commissioner Bays. Commissioner Kennard had questions. Is there any public comment on E18? Is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Congratulations, Commissioner Kennard. E19. 3406 North Turkey Oak Drive, Crystal River. Commissioner Finnegan.
Motion to approve E19.
Second.
Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E19?
A, B, C, D, E, F,
Yes.
and G.
Yes.
In its entirety.
Kevin Cunningham, Remax Realty One. I know you're expecting me to ask for another extension, but what I'm really here for is, as broker of record of this transaction, I'm here to, my place is to effectively communicate with you and let you know, in my professional opinion, how these transactions usually work. And from the beginning, this transaction was a problem. It started out with another commission, another administrator, and we've been through that. But what has caused the problem, and we kind of foresee it, Commissioner Kennard kind of saw it a little bit. I brought up some incidences. But what we have here with Betts Farm property, it's probably about 360 acres, is a piece of property that has an old DRI on it, a 25-plus year DRI on it. And so when we were asked to market it, we had meetings with Administrator Randy Alver, rest in peace, and we came up with an outline for a public offering. And these are some of the things we discussed. I don't know if Ms. Slabaugh was there or not in some of these meetings, but the county's objectives when we were looking at this property was increase the county, the tax base for the county, provide new cash revenue for Citrus County, impact fees, utility fees, create new revenue for quality residential development, provide stimulus for nearby downtown Crystal River retail sales. Now, this is what the county asked me to make sure with the buyer when I put it out and marketed it, the information on the property. They wanted a buyer. This is what they wanted to see in a buyer. A planned community with a PUD format, mandatory HOA for maintenance and community quality control, architectural restrictions, environmentally responsible development plan, a developer agreement to address infrastructure conditions and approval issues, timely development and successful completion. And so those are the things we look for when we put it out for marketing. These are some of the things we put down. The problem we ran into, this old DRI had limitations to it because over the years, the floodplain, FEMA would change the floodplain, raise the flood elevation level, base floor elevation. And what that does is change all the surveys and everything change and the flood plane changes. So it reduces, the DRA was permitted for like 1,500 units, okay? It reduces the density. So the higher the base floor elevation comes, the less land you can build on and the more drainage retention area you have to find because those drainage retention areas became more wetlands than they were, or wetlands grew a little bit more as the flood elevation goes up. So as we're talking about it, how do you market it and get a willing and able buyer to understand what is involved in the purchase of this property? How fast can they act? What time of limits they can put on the property? They know what they want to pay for it usually, but they don't know without us providing them the information, which we provided them what we had, they don't know that they can't just go down the swift mud and with the information they have and get it done. So Commissioner Kennard made a motion, I think, at one of the meetings that the county commission, before we put it on the market, we should have some surveys done and spend some money on it to get the flood elevation and some of this stuff updated so someone that's buying it actually knows what they're buying and knows the time frame they should ask or entertain in the due diligence to get this done in a timely manner, knowing that time frame. So that didn't happen. So we marketed it. We got multiple offers on it. When a multiple offer situation happens, what we do, we go to all parties and we say, we have multiple offers So we're going to give you to a certain date to to submit your highest and best offer. That's what we did. The commission chose Mr. Ashatari's bid. I think it was 6.6 million. And but the thing that stood out to me as a professional, and I have two of these going right now of the size and development venues, residential development projects. But the thing that stuck out to me is how could he do this in 90 days? He kind of tried to assure us that he has the information that we provided him. He's a wetlands engineer, and he can get this stuff done and do it with all the perimeters that we set. So the county commissioner said, we like the money. We'll okay it. Okay, we'll do it. And that's when we signed the contract. Then the problems start with trying to find the information that SwiftMud is requiring of him. This last one is the wetlands study. The wetlands delineation comes from, the wetlands elevation comes from FEMA usually. Okay, so he submits his application, everything to SwiftMud. SwiftMud comes back with conditions. One of the conditions is that he has to not use the FEMA flood elevations. They want him to use the 2004 Crystal River floodplain study. And he's like, there's a lot of floodplain studies. I'm not familiar with every one of them in the state, so I'm going to have to find it and get it. They don't give it to you, so he's going to find it, track it down, and try to compare it to what FEMA is saying and what he has to do. This is where this extension is coming in. And he understands that he's past his time limit on the contract. The contract is kind of dead because but a lot of times in these situations, I go through it many times, contract is dead when you say it's dead. When he signs off saying he agrees it's dead and he turns over his deposit, you ask him to cancel the contract, that's when it's dead. So what he's asking is that you go ahead with the motion that you made, but give him 60 days first right of refusal. So if anyone comes in when I start marking it and wants to make an offer on it, if his offer is higher, if the person's offer is higher than what he already bid on, then he gets first right of refusal to match that offer for 60 days. And he'll say he'll have this done within 30 days with SwiftMud, and it will take another 30 days once that happens to start, because they won't start the financing request until he has the approval, his financer, his backers. And so that might take another 30 days. So he wanted to be sure. So he said, give me 60 days and I can have this done. But he's not asking you not to put it back on the market and see if you can get a better deal on it. So I said, this is the best of both worlds, that they can put it back on the market. Hopefully we can find someone that'll make a better offer, a better deal on it. And you guys can say, okay, we go back to him. We have this offer. You want to match it? He says yes or no, and then you go with the other deal, or you stay with his, and it gets done. Worst case scenario, excuse me, Commissioner. Worst case scenario is he has this conceptual plan done at SwiftMud, and we get it back when he's done. But
I let you go over and even stop me as the chairman, but don't
Chairman.
ever do that again, please. Thank you. My question to you is, we have a motion on the floor with this. But if he gets first right, say Commissioner Finnegan and Commissioner Kennard add this first right of refusal, how long is that going to delay this project from being sold?
60 days.
60. So we get an offer.
It will close in 60 days.
He'll close. Now he can close in 60 days.
If he's like close in he says he can close in 60 days. He can have the permit all done, SwiftMud permit, and get it approved within 30, 40 days, and he said it'll take him the rest of the time to get the financing confirmed with his.
Madam Chair.
I heard.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I'm going to rescind my second, actually, because what Kevin just reminded me of is I tried to convince a previous board to do all of this surveying and get all of this stuff done. Had we done that at that time, we would have known that SwiftMud wanted the conceptual plans going forward based on this 2004 floodplain study. We would have found that out at this time. We wouldn't be going through all of this stuff that we're going through. I think what's before us in the agenda right now is very convoluted. I would not be opposed to just giving him an additional 60 days at this point. I think, in fact, the last time I think that you came before this board, we even said that if Swift Mud's the holdup, we get it. Come back and tell us Swift Mud's the holdup. Right. And that's exactly what we're hearing. So I'm going to rescind my second. I don't know if somebody else is going to make a second for this, but I'm ready to give him 60 days. I know I'm backing off of what I said last meeting, but I think we give him 60 days and let him try and get it done.
Commissioner Finnegan, you were going to say something?
Yes. So forgive me, but it almost sounds like you're working for Mr. Ashtari, not.
No, I'm trying to work,
County.
I'm trying to work I'm a transactional agent, so I'm trying to put the deal together. And
I
I'm trying to
understand.
provide information on both sides, how these things work, so it can happen.
So my issue with that is, and then first right of refusal, so we put it out there, this only sounds like it's working for Mr. Ashtari. So if other people are excited to come bid on this, they would say, well, why bother? Because all we're doing is trying to give it now to the other guy at a cheaper price. So if they bid under what he has bid, and it's like, oh, well, I can beat that. I don't like any of this. And my second question, and maybe this is
Commissioner Bays first.
to be better directed at staff, is the last time we gave the last extension, there were supposed to be documents and paperwork produced for us upon him not making this deal close. Have we received any of that? Because it seems like that takes care of some of the issues that Commissioner Kennard's worried about, that these studies have been done, correct? And we're supposed to have them because we've extended and extended and extended.
Today's the day for extensions.
Obviously to ad nauseum, but we were promised documents. I just want to know if we got our documents.
Madam Chair, I think I can answer that question based on what I've heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the plan that he's got, or the plan that went to Swift Mud, was based on these FEMA flood maps. And Swift Mud then turned around and said, no, those are no good to us. Well, it doesn't matter if he gives those to us, if Swift Mud's going to tell us these are no good to us. We would have found that out if our previous board would have done all of this work, invested some money in knowing what it is we've got
But
and
did
what
it
somebody's
happen
buying.
on the last extension? It seemed like, didn't they do that some extensions ago?
No. 'Cause they would-
Go ahead.
No, we were just he was trying to get the surveys together that he needed in that extension. And that's what he needed, the time.
But he didn't come back and ask us for an extension. He just let it die, let the contract die. Right?
No,
I mean,
no.
you
this
were not
time
up
right now.
here a month ago or 2 months ago before the contract ended saying, hey, I've got this issue with this Chris River map.
That's because he was trying to work it out, and he hit back to the last minute. I was in communication with Mr. Howard and sending emails out. I sent a kind of a timeline out, I think, to everyone to try to update on what the timeline is and what we were working on. Also, on your comment about if someone comes in with a lower bid, he's not lowering his bid to their bid. His bid stays where it's at. It's just if someone beats his bid, he has to beat their bid. I mean, if someone comes in $1 over his, you could take theirs and say there, but he has a first right to match it, and for 60 days, only 60 days, and that he's saying he needs. And
So I'm going to make you repeat that. So that property would not sell for any lower of an amount than what we're currently selling it for. With
Correct.
That first right of refusal.
Unless you're right. Well, you would not accept the offer for any amount less. But if you got an offer higher, we'd have to notify him in writing, tell him this is the offer we got in this date. Do you want to match it? You have 5 days to match it or 2 days to match it. Let us know what you would like to do. And then you either say, well, I'll go ahead and match it, and I have 7 more days on my 60 days. I'm planning on closing then. I've got my documents together and my financing together, and I'll add the extra $10,000 in there, whatever the additional, or you can just say, no, take the higher bid. And at that point, he turns over the papers also.
Shouldn't they be turned over now?
He has shown Mr. Howard all the information, all the papers he has right now. But until
Yes,
the
some were visual. I mean,
contract is dead,
they were visual
you guys,
inspections.
until the contract is dead and you guys say, we're dead, we're done, and you ask me to request those papers, he keeps them his personal, because they're his personal information.
Well, I wouldn't like to see this extended for 9 years, that's for sure. Thank you, sir.
Well,
You cleared up
yeah,
some
okay,
issues
I
that I
appreciate
appreciate.
it. I'm just trying, I know, I'm just trying to get, we need to get rid of some of these assets that we have. And that's one of them, of the assets sitting there. And it's top dollar he's paying. It's $1.5 million over appraised value he's committing to this property. And so I think that's a good drop in the bucket if we can get this thing done. And that's what I'm here for, is to get this done at the highest amount, highest and best value for you, meeting
Amen.
all your criteria.
If you would sit down in the front row, we'll get back to you in a moment. Go sit down, thank you.
Ms. Lynn, we have a motion on the floor, but not a second. So, I'm looking. Discussion is out of order. Yes, thank you. Out of order, people. I'm looking for a second on Commissioner Finnegan's motion.
What is Commissioner Finnegan's motion?
To approve E19 A, B, C, D, E, F, and G,
I would
correct?
second that motion.
Second by Commissioner Bays. Okay, is there any public comment regarding this? Seeing none. I'm going to come out of the gate, and Commissioner Kennard, as much as it pains me to say this, is right. He's absolutely right. He did try this, and we did say, if FEMA holds you up, come back. So I'm sorry, Swift Mud. If they're the reason why it's held up, to come back. So I'm not going to support this motion, but he is right. He is
May I
correct.
speak?
I said I wanted to come out of the gate, and now it could be your turn. Go ahead, Commissioner Bays.
Well, I would beg to differ with you, Chairwoman. I don't believe that Swift Mud has been the cog in the wheel on this. When we gave the extension and we, in lieu of the $30,000 for $10,000 a month for 3 months, because it was $40,000 for an environmental permit. And that was to be given, all that information was to be given to us. I have been following, because I go online with Swift Mud and I follow this. Mr. Ashatari did not submit his paperwork in a timely manner. And on May 31st, Swift Mud sent back a letter asking for a number of things. So we're now another 30 days into this since they have that. So my concern is we didn't collect $30,000. We have no more escrow. We don't have documentation on this. And if we proceed with another 60 days, we have market trends, and there's no guarantee that he's going to come back and say, I can close at the $6.5 million. So if he still wants to move forward and get his Swift Mud permitting, and if we put it back on the market, he has every right to come back and do the exact same thing without tying it up for himself, and other offers can come in. So I think we're in the same place by allowing this to go back on the market, and if he can get his paperwork in order and come back in 60 days to close, he can close.
Well, I was just going by what Mr. Cunningham said, that he was told by Swift Mud that he needed to not use FEMA standards, but to use the standards from the 2004 Crystal River. Did you see that in any of that you were following?
There's a letter in here with all the requirements. And he hadn't even paid the processing fee. As of that date, on May 30th, he had not paid the processing fee to SwiftMud.
Commissioner Finnegan. Okay, Commissioner Davis. This is.
I didn't have a comment. I'm just, Frank's getting antsy, like he might have something to say about it.
Oh,
Okay. Commissioner Davis.
I am in support of two different directions. One is just what Commissioner Kennard said, giving him another 60 days, or what Mr. Cunningham has said, which is essentially E19 with the right of first refusal, given that it is at the no lower than his current price on the table. I was absolutely in accord with Commissioner Finnegan saying, why on earth would we do that? Unless, of course, it was at the same rate. So those are the two directions that I would like to see that in number one and number two.
Thank you.
Choices.
And Frank, I did open it to the public and you didn't step forward. And so do you have something you would like to add? We're way out of order, but go ahead. And Commissioner Bays, if you could let me know if you see that, because I'm getting two different stories. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair.
Your name, please?
Frank Organo, Senior Government Affairs Regional Manager for the Southwest Florida Water Management District.
Thank you.
I didn't speak during public comment. It was a comment that was made after public comment that I wanted to clarify.
That's how we work.
Mr. Ashtari had a pre-application meeting with the Water Management District on June 23rd of 2022, where he was advised of the Crystal River model, along with a whole slew and host of other requirements. The pre-application meeting is basically a free service that we provide to any applicant or potential applicant, where they pre-announce what their project is going to be, and then district staff provide feedback on that project, and then also give a list of potential items that need to come in order to have a complete application with the Water Management District. So that was, again, June 23rd, 2022. His permit application was filed with the district this May 1st, 2023. And then subsequently, the RAI letter, request for additional information, was provided to Mr. Ashtari on May 31st. He has until August 31st to respond to that request for additional information.
And so that's the rest of the story.
That is the whole story.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
may I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
At the pre-app meeting, does staff prepare a written summary of what happens at the
Yes.
pre-app meeting? And was that document probably provided to Mr. Ashtari?
It was.
And if the board wanted, they could do a public records request for a copy of that?
I could email it to all of the board. I have it right here right now.
Yes, please do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Commissioner Bays, sounds like you're right. So we have a motion on the floor.
Doggone it. I hate being right all the time.
Must be hard to live with. Have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Bays. We've done public comment twice. And any further board discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes?
are you still going to give him 60 days to first right of refusal?
That's not my motion.
No.
No, it's part of E19, isn't it?
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't think it was. All right, I'll support it then. In light of what just is set up there.
Okay, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
May I say I
Mr.
wasn't,
Cunningham, now we want $7.5 million.
I
or
wasn't
maybe
sure
9.
how we were gonna draft that, so.
So did we do good? We did good, yeah? Okay, F, outstanding commission items.
No updates.
You guys are making me work for my money on this last meeting for a while here. Okay, no outstanding commission list items that we need to know about?
No, none.
Okay, informational only, and now we are at G1.
This is just seeking authorization from the board to allow me to explore the feasibility of acquiring the new construction office building located on the corner of US 41 and Courthouse Square, known as the Adams Building. So just asking approval to let me explore that, the feasibility of it, and bring my findings back. I'm going to continue to look at other options as well, but I think it's important to, I know not have a Band-Aid effect, but sometimes if you need stitches, you may have to put a Band-Aid on it to get to what you need to, but I'm just asking approval to allow me to do that.
Okay.
Are we looking for a motion?
Board, yeah, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to allow our county administrator, Steve Howard, to investigate the possibility of the Adams Building for
Second.
space needs for Citrus County.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on G1?
What? The two judges have been sitting out there the whole time.
Seeing none. Any further board discussion? Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Bays.
Well, several meetings ago, I asked for a facility space needs analysis. I think there's great scales of efficiency to be gained by looking at how we combine a lot of these constitutional officers. We keep hearing everybody's out of space. We keep remodeling and putting lipstick on a pig. And I think it's just, we've got some old buildings, and I think it's time for us to look at a more global process and not just putting Band-Aids on things. And I don't support buying this building because I feel like it's time for us to really go down that that lane where we need to look at a master facilities plan. We have this building, we have the sheriff's building, we have Stovall building, we have the building next to Publix, we have looking into a government building, we have the community services building, we have the West Side building. I mean, we got facilities all over the place. And if you talk about how you're going to manage dollars, I mean, we're sending staff all over the place just to maintain, keep maintenance up, air conditioners, roofs. And I think it's time that we actually do what we need to do and do a master facilities plan and not just plug holes in square pegs.
We are working on that. Actually, we're trying to get a consultant. We'll bring that before the board with the costs associated with that. Obviously, that's a probably 6 to 12 month process. So this is just something we still got to, look at everything. I believe in big picture too, but I still think you have to explore any and all opportunities that you have before you, to do your due diligence.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
While I completely concur with Commissioner Bays that we need to start consolidating and looking for efficiencies and all of that, and we are spread out all over. And there's certainly reasons to have an east side and a west side and this, besides just central in some of our government facilities. That being said, we are beyond out of space right now. So I would be in favor, obviously I seconded it, in letting Mr. Howard explore it. I'm not saying that I would ultimately vote for it. I do believe that the most efficient thing, although staff may not want us in the building, the most efficient thing is to put all our offices in LGB. Because that way we can have more water cooler talk and stuff like that. And that's just the easy thing. The flip side of that is that if the building can be purchased competitively and put to work, if the consensus is there's not room for us in LGB or whatnot, then theoretically that asset will grow in value, and then we could turn around and, perhaps it becomes yet another courthouse extension or something for another purpose that needs to be located in Inverness. So I'm totally on board with you exploring it, but we need to really look at the grand scheme of things.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Mr. Howard?
Nope. Thank you. I know the judges are here. I've had lots of discussions with the judges and building that relationship with them as well. I think they're supportive of working with the county on a path forward, so we continue to have those good discussions. And obviously the Coke building is an item that I think it could be better use of that facility for other things. I think they concur with that as well. And also we're looking at least a decade, I think, opportunity for them if we were able to explore other options for them. So, but I've had great discussions, a good working relationship with the judges since I've been here.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan? Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I'm going to support directing him to take a look at it. I like Commissioner Bays' idea, and I can understand where she's coming from, but I don't really have an appetite right now for funding yet another consultant. And I know we don't have the funds to be looking at building one consolidated East Side Government Center. My understanding is that by the county commission vacating the second floor up here, giving that to the judges, that buys us maybe 10 years. I would support us getting out of there sooner rather than later. And who knows if this building provides that opportunity to do so, and we can get rid of the Coke building, then great. I'd like to see us go down that road.
Commissioner Bays?
I've had some conversations with the city of Inverness, and I believe that, I think it would be nice. I think you could explore the opportunity to potentially use their chambers for our meetings. We could move Commissioner's office and legal to Lecanto, and that gets us out of this building, and it buys us some time without adding additional cost to our bottom line. So just to put it in perspective, if you're talking about buying that building over there, you would need to have $20,000 month rent to cover that. And I think that's not something that we should be looking at this point without having a bigger picture. I mean, if we can accomplish the same goal by having our meetings in the chambers at the City of Inverness building, moving all of staff out of here and turning this over to the courthouse, I think that's a win-win in the short run.
Commissioner Kennard?
I'd support that as well. I don't think we need an office at all.
Oh, my gosh. Well, for those of us commissioners that work, I'm kidding. Okay, Commissioner Bays, anything else?
Nope. It's just to investigate.
Yep, very good.
And I'm not looking at financing anything.
Yeah, thank you.
Either, so you know.
Because I'm not going to extend any extensions.
You won't have that with me.
You're not going to be here.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here, so go for it. Okay, so.
Call it.
I already did public comment? I did.
I said call it.
I know, but did I do public
yeah.
comment?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 5-0. Okay. We are at L2. Commissioner Kennard. Am I right?
No, committee reports.
Oh, dear Lord. Okay, sorry, people. No advisory boards, committee reports. Commissioner Finnegan.
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes, had TDC, and that it leads us directly to L2. That was accelerated onto this agenda. You're welcome, Commissioner Kennard.
Thank you. Commissioner
For your
Bays.
district.
I don't think I really need to say much. We had our symposium this past Friday. I think everybody's seen a lot of comments in the newspaper and Facebook. Thank you, Mike, for doing some articles. As I mentioned, I thought it was a great first start, but we cannot let our foot off the gas. The work has just begun. So I think we've, with Commissioner Kennard's drive to get the Baker Act done, we've crossed that hurdle, but we'll keep going.
Very good. Commissioner Kennard.
Committee reports?
Yes.
No.
And I have none. So, so the next item on the agenda is L2.
No, it's me.
You don't have anything on the agenda?
I have a comment.
Oh, okay.
Not a popular comment. I got a phone call right before this meeting from our senator asking if the board unanimously voted last time to have a section of our parkway named after a member of our community. And I said, yes, that you heard that correctly. And he wanted to make sure the gentleman was still living. And I said, yes, he's very much alive. And he said it's not a Senate rule, but a House rule that they don't allow naming of roads for the living, only the
House.
deceased. So I hate to be, I don't know where it is at that time, and I hate to be the bearer of the bad news, but I did literally just before walking in here got that phone call. So I wanted to share that with the board. Like I said, I don't know where it went after it left this place, but I did get that call today.
So what's the procedure with
I
that?
think we leave that up to our representative.
Yeah.
And we've done our part.
Well said.
Yeah.
I think we have the same rule in the county too. About naming.
Okay, anything else?
I know you just want to say L2 again.
I do. I really, really do.
Just say it.
L2. Go ahead, Commissioner Kennard.
All right, well, before we get to L2,
Oh my God, just kill me. Is this just some way to just torture me before actual torture?
I'll make it brief. I think that it's appropriate for us to give major props to our legislative delegation, our lobbyists, and the chamber, and all the folks who go up for legislative days for really pushing the county's major appropriations priorities. And unfortunately, two of them did not make it across the line, but the overwhelming majority of them did. And again, that team of folks all working together, all singing from the same page, are bringing home a lot of money from the state legislature. So I think it's appropriate for us to give props to all those involved. Now, L2, we've talked about this. This is just reappropriating money that was already approved for this project that then was changed over to the Fort Island Trail project. Right now, while I'm not giving up on that one, it's not in the cards. The funding is not in the cards for that one right now. So I'm asking that we move this back over to this original project to get this trail to LaGrone Park. And then we can put the pressure on FDOT to get it funded from LaGrone Park to 486 and get Three Sisters Springs Trail connected to the rest of our trails. There is one part of this that's not in the agenda item yet that I'm still exploring. Right now, I'll make a motion that we approve item L2, A and B, but there is a piece of property that is essentially mostly wetlands right there at the traffic light of Kings Bay Road and Highway 19. I think it's right behind Cody's, I believe.
Right next door.
What is it?
Right next door.
Yeah.
On 19.
That property extends all the way back to the road right across the street from LaGrone Park. And it would be, I think it would be a really interesting part of the trail if rather than the trail made a turn to the south and went along 19 and then went back east along another road. If that piece of property could be purchased for a reasonable amount of money, extending the trail through that wetlands area to the back road, naturally, environmentally friendly, they can do that. And construction, it'd be a great opportunity to add a very interesting piece to the trail, but also a way to educate folks along the trail about the importance of urban wetlands and the role that they play in stormwater and helping to keep our bays and rivers clean. So that's a part of it I'm still exploring. Right now, I'm just asking for the approval of L2, A, and B, but just know that is something that is, that's something I'm working on in the background. Either way, the county already owns all the right-of-way. We've got the right-of-way down 19 and then the side road to get to the LaGrone Park.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Kennard for L2, A, and B, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. M1, Commissioner Bays.
Well, as this board has continued to do the heavy lift of planning for the future, this is just one more of those items that I believe is important that we get in front of, just as we did with transportation impact fees, not accepting future residential roads. And as we know, we're planning and approving lots of things that go along in this county. So being able to identify corridors that are going to need expansion, that we can actually get this into our comp plan and into our land development code, and that would negate the need for eminent domain. I think this is the next step that we need to take as a county to start to implement the growth and how we're going to go. So I don't know if Mary or somebody wants to come up and go into more detail. I was hoping Walt would be here. We've been talking about this for a while.
Mr. Howard, is that?
Yeah, Mary, any comments you'd like to add further?
Good afternoon, Mary Jensen, Public Works Director. I'd just like to say that if this does get approved, this is making us one of the cutting edge counties. This is putting this above the bar. This is an incredible thing to do to help our future projects really be planned so a developer could come in and look at what the right-of-way needs are for that and know beforehand whether his development could afford that or not. It's just a really cutting edge thing that counties are more and more doing. It's a phenomenal idea that Commissioner Bays has brought forward, and it would just make us one step closer to all of us understanding our master plan as a whole, not just the roads itself, but the right-of-way needs and those alignments, because some of the alignments right now need to be on one side or the other. They may not be right down the middle of the road. So it's just really getting ahead of the future growth and just being one of those counties on the cutting edge.
Thank you. I'd love to hear that. Board, any questions?
I have a question. I love the idea of us being cutting edge, and I love the idea of us planning for the future. What I don't see here is cost, and what I don't see here is we have a good-sized county with a lot of roads. Are we looking at certain roads? Because if we're doing this for the entire county, by the time we could afford certain projects, the project likely could change. I mean, none of us will be around at that time, but the grandkids are however many years down the road, maybe looking at something different. So it seems like this needs a dollar amount, and this needs a little more of specifics, I guess, specific areas that we're targeting.
Well, I think this is kind of the first step. It would allow us the opportunity to go out and identify those roads, such as, I'll give an example. One would be rock crusher. If we've already approved 900 and almost just shy of 1,000 roads on rock crusher, we know that rock crusher is going to need to be developed. We know that Venable's in trouble. We've heard from constituents at, is it Crystal Oaks?
Mm-hmm.
That they don't want that pass through. So we have to start to identify the corridors and these collector roads, so that we can then put these into a master plan. And I think we can stair step this in. Mr. Howard, maybe you can help weigh in and get us to where we need to go. But I think we have to start this process, because if we don't, and I'm going to say this, at the MPO meeting, one of the commissioners from Hernando County is a realtor, and she made the verbatim, quote unquote, she brings people to our county because we're still cheap. And I hear it over and over and over. We're still cheap. We can't afford to be cheap on the backs of our taxpayers anymore. We have got to do certain things that take advantage of the fact that we're planning so that we don't get ourselves caught future generations from now where we're in the process that we have to spend more than we need to spend buying out property on eminent domain because we didn't plan. And that's really, this is just a planning tool. And I know, we don't know until we start to get into this, but we have to start identifying these corridors and then start to work to get it in our comp plan and our land development code. So I'm asking, I'm deferring to our administrator to kind
Yeah,
of help
and I've
wrap it up.
I've actually seen it the opposite way too, where counties have actually sold property and they had to buy it back.
Right.
So that's another problem for poor planning. I've actually seen that happen. So this is a proactive approach, like Mary said. It's kind of, say it's cutting edge, but it kind of puts us, light years ahead of a lot of counties throughout the nation.
I haven't yielded my floor yet. if
I
may.
know.
Okay.
Commissioner Finnegan.
So I think we're on the same page. It's just, I don't know that a first step would be ready to make a motion just to say, hey, go hire someone and like it's an open checkbook. I think that if we're trying to start somewhere, we just need to tack how we're starting and a dollar amount.
We could bring a scope back and dollar amounts if that's appropriate.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
why don't we ask the MPO to do a study?
That's what I was thinking about having a
The
discussion with
MPO
them
can
too,
do
as
it.
well.
I would think if the case can be made that it's proper transportation planning, that the MPO could do the study and they get reimbursed by DOT for doing the study. And the MPO leaves a lot of money on the table, leaves a lot of state money on the table.
We could bring that forward in August.
Yeah.
Okay.
Try that.
Okay.
Commissioner Finnegan, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
I would say that it also provides for a much more attractive community growth. And it's a heck of a lot less disruptive to people to not have to eminent domain.
Huh.
So it's just good planning. I'm glad you brought it forward. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate this. I like the MPO idea. And if you could put that on your list, Commissioner Kennard, identifying, if we did that, then the motion, do we even need this motion to engage outside counsel if we're going to ask the MPO?
I don't know, I was hoping that Walt would be here to kind of help walk us through this, but.
Where is Walt?
Well,
We don't have a motion on the floor, so board, what is your pleasure?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis?
I would suggest that I think we have the consensus that we're all for it. So why don't we explore MPO and but we also need to move forward on getting an actual number on what this would cost if we have to fund it ourselves. And then it becomes a votable item.
We can
Okay,
bring that back.
so we'll be tabling this, or are we going to make a motion?
How about if we make a motion to work with the MPO to identify this? And if that doesn't work out, then we can come back.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bays and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on this motion? Seeing none, any further board comment? I love this. I love the fact that we're not going to be tripping over dollars to save pennies. We gotta change that mentality. One of Commissioner Kennard's favorite quotes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Say nay. That passes 5-0. N1, Commissioner Davis. Update, no vote.
Yes, ma'am. So, Mr. Van Usen, if you're watching this,
Oh.
have a message for you. There's going to be a lot of difficulties from various angles coming your way. And I have it on good authority that all of that will go away if you come to the table with an equitable solution for the residents of Inverness Villages 4. Equitable meaning that had you not built or sold and then Vandervalk built on the low lots that need to be used for DRAs, that the cost to eminent domain, those homes, has to be borne by you. The MSBU that would be going forward to the residents will cover the stormwater and the roads and potentially the lots, but not the improved portion of the lots. So that is the offer. Feel free to come forward with an equitable solution.
Thank you.
I have one other thing.
Yes.
This one is for something different. So we talked a lot today about the constitutional officer budgets, and everyone is at 15 or going to $15 an hour. Where is that in our budget?
So I know staff is
Do you-
working on that, at least getting numbers together for you to review.
Sorry.
But I'm sure Aaron will bring that forward at some point, but that's
I'll call him
a
up.
cost driver.
Okay.
We've got some numbers.
Because, you know, we have to compete with Wawa as well, so. And I'm so sorry, Mr. Landon, I forgot, do you want to come on up and give the update? As the chair said, we're completely off the reservation today. The protocol has gone out the window.
I do not approve of it or like it, by the way, but
It's your day to herd cats.
good God. Eric, thank you.
Nothing new to add.
Thank
Special
you.
master is tomorrow morning, so they do
good.
have several cases on the docket.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Davis?
I'm done.
Okay. Oh, look, it's me. Thank God. 01, discussion and vote on County Attorney Denise Lyn. I'm going to just come out there. I would like to make a motion to amend the contract for our county attorney to increase the deferred compensation to the maximum allowable. She hasn't had a raise in probably 7 years, and over 50 catch up. And then that was number 1. 2 is authorize the chairman to sign the amendment.
Second.
Thank you, sir. I want to say that I really appreciate what you do. I know it's not always easy today, especially I'm feeling your pain, but I do think that everybody needs to have some kind of compensation for the work that they do with the county, so thank you. Is there any public comment on 01? Seeing none. Is there any board comment?
I'll comment.
Yes.
Madam Chair, there was no doubt in my mind that I was going to support this. I have turned to Ms. Lyn on many, many occasions, and she has completely disagreed with the position that I had. And then she proceeded to tell me why we couldn't do what I wanted to do. And over the last few years has helped me actually find a way to get to where we wanted to be. So we're making progress. There's hope. The medicine's working. No.
Well,
No, all kidding aside, we have an absolutely phenomenal county attorney. She represents this board very well. Don't take it personally. If she doesn't agree with you, she's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with you or state agency, which I absolutely love.
Yes, thank you. Any other board comment? Okay, so all in favor?
Do you have to open to the public?
I already did open to
did?
the
Okay,
public. Would
apparently I
you
was
please,
asleep.
please stop running this meeting today?
She
I
just
would
winked.
really appreciate it. Yes, is there any further board comment? Commissioner Davis?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 5-0, and thank you for your service. Okay, County Attorney Denise Lyn.
I guess I should just say thank you.
Yes.
And I look forward to continuing to work with y'all.
Thank you. Okay, open to the public. Would anybody like to speak? Going once, going twice, sold. Closing open to the public, the second one. Upcoming meetings, we have a meeting July 11th at 1 p.m., July 25th at 1 p.m., a regular meeting August 8th at 1 p.m., all here in this room. We have upcoming workshops and special meetings. We have July 26th, 2023 at 8:30 for the preliminary budget hearing. We have the governing body of special library district at 8:30. Wait, how are you going to have one at 8:30 and another one at 8:30? That's a typo. So governing body of special library district can't be at 8:30 because you have I guess, the preliminary, but then the fire protection at 8:45, and then the BOCC preliminary budget hearing at 9 a.m. Tuesday, August 15th, strategic planning status update. September 7th, which is a Thursday, tentative budget hearing at 5:01. And then the final budget hearing is Tuesday, September 26, 2023 at 5:01. And then Tuesday, October 3rd, Citrus Elected Leadership Summit is at 9 a.m. And that is here in Inverness at the Withlacoochee Technical College. We do have a 5:01 and it is 5:39. So we're going to move in, we'll take a 10-minute recess and we'll go to that. I do want to say though, I said it before, this is my last meeting for at least 4 weeks. I'm really supposed to be 8, but I got some people pulling on me, so 4 weeks.
I think you could be back here for June 11th or July 11th.
Oh, no. So
Yeah,
I
2
appreciate that you made today very, very difficult. So thank you for that. It won't make me miss you. So 10-minute recess. Call this. Hello.
How you doing?
Welcome. We are at public hearing T1 501 at 553. Wilburn / Tampa SRK multifamily in MDR PSO. Dr. Wilburn.
Ma'am.
No, go. See, you should be
Commissioners, we need to disclose if we've had any ex parte communications with regard to PUD-23-01, and we'll start with Commissioner Finnegan.
I have not.
No.
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 Thank you, Madam Chair. And next, I will, at the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Development Code Atlas by adopting a new master plan for multifamily uses in the medium-density residential and professional services office districts, providing for applicability, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for severability, providing for codification and scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And Dr. Wilburn is here for the applicant.
Good evening, Commissioners. This evening, I'm representing the owners, and the project before you is a 24.34 acre parcel, which on the future land use map is designated MDR and PSO along Highway 44. Do you guys have a site plan you can show or no? As previously mentioned, thank you, Joe. The project is on the current and future land use map as MDR, which allows for 4 units per acre by right and up to 8 units per acre with a PUD. As just mentioned, this property is split currently between 2 zonings. A major portion of it is MDR, which is approximately 18.84 acres, and the balance is PSO, which is about 5.5, and that is along Highway 44. According to our land development code, with a PUD, an applicant can request up to 150 units per acre, total on this site. Without a PUD, an applicant can by right build up to 75 total units on this particular parcel. The request before you proposes to build 86 units. These 86 units consist of 30 duplex units and 56 units that are townhomes, 7 2-story buildings. The 86 homes proposed equate to a density of 4.5 units per acre, which again is significantly less than the 8 units per acre we are allowed to request in our land development code. A little bit about the units. The duplex units are approximately 2,006 square feet under roof, and the townhome units are approximately 1,360 square feet. The total impervious ratio for the entire site is 37.4, where the allowable is 50. And the floor area ratio for the total site is 0.18, where the allowable is 0.4, so we're under there as well. As mentioned in the staff report, the project will be serviced by both water and sewer, which is a net benefit to others in the area since sewer is currently not there. The owner will have to pay to have approximately 1,700 lineal feet of sewer line brought to the property and have already in writings stated that they would do that. And others will be able to hook up to that, as well as the county being able to further that line in the future along Highway 44. And water is currently available on site now. The property will both have an internal mail station as well as dumpster trash collection, and both of those are shown on the master plan. The staff report provides a deviation that we're requesting from a type D buffer on the east and west to a type C. I would like to make one clarification. At the PDC board, we did not, we requested an alleviation of 25 foot. And if you look at the master plan, there's actually room to have a 25 foot, which is what is prescribed. The only deviation we are now requesting is that we be allowed a type C planting in that area instead of a type D with a wall. So the removal of the wall. And again, there is room adequately without having to move any of the parking, anything like that, to have the 25-foot buffer. So we're no longer requesting a deviation with the width of the buffer, just the type and planting. And Mr. Hockadell, I'm sure, will speak to that. As mentioned in the staff report, the client is willing to work with the engineering division on the roadway access and have no problem going ahead and providing access off of Highway 44. So if you look at the master plan, right now there is an entrance on the middle, on the east side through Haggerty. So the county engineering division has already stated that more than likely because of the level of service and also because of the demand of this development, that roadway, if utilized, would have to be completely upgraded. The width would have to be widened, things like that. And it would be better for the residents, it would be better for my client, and it would fit in better with the DOT master plan for this area to go ahead and do the turn lane off of Highway 44 directly into the property. I do not have a clicker, but you can kind of see in the northeast, yeah, right there, perfect. There's already an allotted for access point there. That would just be extended, and it's conditioned in the staff report, but that would just be extended down to Highway 44's connection, and North Haggerty Point could serve as an emergency exit if need be in the future. So all construction activity as well as all future roadway activity to the dwellings could take place, would take place with your pleasure through a new access point on Highway 44. And then that same access point would serve the future development, which you see on your plan, which hasn't been determined yet. This request for up to 4.5 units per acre, 0.5 units per acre over the allowable by right is a minimal request. And as you can see from the site plan, there is ample green space, walking trails, recreation areas throughout the entire property. This property is intended to be upscale, which is why the density request is significantly lower than what some you have seen in the past. The staff report on page 5 states that the proposed request for up to 4.5 units per acre is similar in nature to the surrounding properties, which I think is important, and in some cases is less than the density currently existing on adjacent properties, and the report states that this proposed activity appears to be compatible with the surrounding uses. I would like to add that recently there have been many projects before this board that are leaning towards and have leaned towards medium and high density residential. And many of them were not the right fit for the location. I would hope that in this case, in this particular project, that it checks all of the boxes for the right project, the right place at the right time, and that you guys see fit to approve this application. I have reviewed the suggested conditions and would only like to request that the board consider condition number 6 regarding the type D buffer. Since now we have the room for the 25 foot, we would request that item number 6, instead of being a type D, would be a type C buffer with no wall and be 25 foot in width. And that is all I have for a presentation. I would love to answer any questions the board may have.
Could you explain to me, Doctor, you're saying the entrance would go by the lake off of 44?
That's correct.
And then they would go all the way down. And why don't you want to use North Haggerty?
So it's not necessarily that would not like to use it. The cost and the disruption of the neighborhood, things like that, it would be more affordable and better for the community. More affordable for the client, better for the community to just go ahead and put a permanent road on property.
Well, I like that.
And
Thank
it
you.
would also trigger a turn lane. It would make things safer. There's a lot of things that are a net benefit to everybody.
Okay, and number 6 for the suggested conditions, no wall. Why no wall?
Number 1, cost, but number 2, I think when you look at the landscaping and the luxurious style that these units are, the buffer walls are going to be substantially blocking anything offsite or onsite. And for both, I mean, most people in projects that I've dealt with in the past, they would rather see plantings than walls, both onsite and off. And so that's pretty much the reason for the request.
Okay, thank you, sir. Board, do you have any questions for Dr. Wilburn?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Bays?
So on the commercial front of 44, that's for future commercial development, correct?
So right now it's zone PSO, and the proposed would keep it PSO. So it wouldn't need to come before the county commission for approval. It would just be built within the LDC, what is normally prescribed within that when the time comes for permitting.
So you're suggesting that, I mean, that could be PSO on the front, but the driveway would be the same for
Yes, ma'am. It would be
that
for-
and
yes.
all that residential?
Yes.
That seems very congestive to me.
So if you look at the east side of the lake, the pond, there's about 80 feet there.
Mhm.
And so that 80 feet would basically kind of be like a right of way straight down where residential people can turn in and go straight up to the development, and then all of the commercial would be to the west of that. And it would be gated past the residential or past the commercial.
I still have a hang up about not using that other.
So
I
we're-
just, in my mind, I'm looking at it and thinking, if you've got commercial, is there gonna be a right in, right out, or can you do right or in and left out?
You will not be able to do left out. DOT has already said no. They'll have to turn right, go down to a median, and then to head east on 44, they'll have to turn right, and then do a
But
U-turn.
if it was on Hagerty, would you be able to do that?
No.
No?
No, it's not in there. No.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Joe,
Good afternoon.
afternoon.
Joe Hockadell, Principal Planner with Land Development. This application is requesting a multifamily project in the MDR district to allow for duplexes and apartment style or townhome style multifamily project. The project does meet pretty much most of the land development code requirements. They can meet their setback, their floor area ratio, impervious surface ratio. They've got open space and recreational amenities. So overall, they check a lot of boxes. The two things that came up during the Planning and Development Commission hearing was the landscape buffers and the access from North Haggerty Point. The Technical Services Division did provide some information stating that North Haggerty Point, the way it exists right now, is a subpar roadway. And so it would have to be upgraded. And the amount that it would have to be upgraded would be dependent on the trips that are going to use it. So the PDC did discuss that. There is a condition in there that primary access be from State Road 44 and construction access for this, if it's approved, be from State Road 44, and that North Haggerty be an emergency access point or a secondary access point. But there's still the condition in there that if they do use Haggerty, then it would have to be updated based on technical services condition that it be brought up to standard. The other thing that was mentioned was the landscaping, which Dr. Wilburn touched on. The application is proposing a 40-foot wide type B buffer along the duplex area, which is the part to the north, and originally was proposed for a 15-foot type C for the apartment section. That's the middle section there. The Planning Commission did come up with a revised condition. They wanted to see a 15-foot type D without a wall for the apartment section, so that middle section. So it would be this landscape buffer that you see on this side and this one on this side. So that was a condition that came from the Planning and Development Commission. So as you heard from Dr. Wilburn, he would like, instead of a 15-foot type D without a wall, a 25-foot type C without a wall. Okay. So those are really the two big topics, I guess, that came from the Planning and Development Commission. The project as a whole is consistent with the comprehensive plan. They're going to provide water and sewer, which is a requirement for multifamily projects. It does seem to be compatible with the area, with the 4.5 dwelling units per acre is pretty close to what you see in that area right now. The findings of fact for this have all been found to be positive, and so it was recommended as approval with conditions by the Planning Commission on April 20.
Thank you. Is that it?
Yep.
Board?
You opened up public hearing, right?
Yes. Did you have any questions though for Joe?
Hmm.
Did you have any questions? No? Commissioner Bays?
I don't know who to direct it to, whether it's Joe or the applicant, but if the proposed duplexes are 2,150 square feet and the apartments are 1,500, that means we've got 142 between the 56 and the 86. And if we would have 142 vehicles, just singular. And I'm assuming that we would probably at least 50% of those would have 2 cars. My biggest concern in this is just, and then you add that commercial to the front at some future date, and that being the only ingress, egress. That's my only sticking point.
Joe, do you want to address the parking situation?
Traffic.
Yeah, so the parking, the amount of parking actually provided exceeds what the land development code requires. And I was looking for it as you were talking, and I thought
I'm not so worried about parking. I'm worried about traffic on just coming in and out of the commercial piece onto 44, having that be the only ingress egress.
Right. The way the ordinance is written right now, it still gives allowance to use Haggerty, but it would have to be upgraded to meet the minimum standards if they use it. So it's still a possibility to use Haggerty, and we can modify the condition that makes them use Haggerty if you prefer that. So.
Okay.
But Haggerty doesn't have a right turn lane into that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So I think what I'm hearing is that you would like to see
Haggerty improved.
You would like to see Haggerty improve rather than a right turn lane into this development?
I think if you just have that one ingress egress that they would put on their property in and out, like what you drew.
Mm-hmm.
I think once that commercial development goes in, if you're talking, you've got 142 units, and if you do 50%, another 50, half of that, so that's what, another, let's just say 170 cars. Now you've got 212 cars, and that doesn't even include the commercial.
But you
And
want to
you've got-
put that down Haggerty rather than have
Well,
them-
I think you need both, so that you're not, you eliminate the congestion. Because now you've got people trying to get in and out, you've got garbage trucks, I mean, I just think for that, I think putting all of that in one area and not improving Haggerty is.
And just to clarify, if I could, it's 86 total units for the whole project.
Oh, I saw,
Yeah,
I thought it was 86 of the one and 56 of the other. 86.
It is 30 duplex units and 56 of the
Oh,
other
my
one.
apologies. I thought it said 86.
Madam Chair. Are you done, Commissioner? Bailey?
Yes, go ahead.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I just
You're
want
right.
to point
My
out that
apologies.
Haggerty has existing homes on it. So if they would improve that, I'm certain that it would have to be wider. So I don't know, those people probably aren't here expecting anything other than it going into 44 since the change was made. So that's disrupting all of those people down Haggerty. I'm certain that's probably why the PDC thought this was a better option, plus the turn lane. Did you want to correct me?
No, ma'am. Haggerty right now is 18 feet wide. So to comply, it would have to be 24 plus ditches and swales.
Yes.
So it would be a significant change to their current conditions.
Yes, so that's a lot of property owners that would affect, and without that turn lane. So that would be my concern. And because I did have a question before this meeting, when I was looking and I circled it, but Mr. Wilburn had answered that, because the PDC was saying make it on 44. But if they used Haggerty, it would be widened. So that all got cleared up. They had figured that out, that they could run a road off of 44 through the development.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would agree. I think the less disruption that we make to Haggerty, the better. If we force all of those people down that road, regardless of the condition of it, you don't have a turn lane out front, so you're putting them directly onto 44. Is that correct?
It's the same.
And they're saying if they come out the front part of the property, then they're putting a turn lane in there for right in and right out. That makes a whole, I mean, I understand what you're saying about the additional traffic once the PSO is developed. But we've also got a turn lane there, which greatly improves the safety of people in and out of there.
And there is a turn lane.
There will be a turn lane when they come out of the front of
Yes.
the property, not at Haggerty.
Right. Okay. Anything else? Commissioner Davis?
No, I'm in support of it.
Commissioner Bays?
So there is a turn lane.
DOT has stated it is required for us to have a turn lane.
Okay.
DOT has stated it's required for us to have a turn lane into the project.
All right, Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve T1 with the
Second.
conditions.
And may I get some clarification on the
Public
condition,
comment.
please?
Pardon me?
Could I get some clarification on the condition? So the condition number 9 right now talks about North Haggerty being upgraded. So would you like to remove that section since it's not going to be considered an access, I guess, a typical access point? And then we can upgrade condition number 12 to remove Haggerty as being secondary access and just make it an emergency access.
So in that case, it would be a gate with a lock that the fire personnel or the Citrus County Fire Department could access that area down Haggerty. Is that?
They could typically, an emergency access is really an emergency exit for people to get out, not necessarily people to get in.
Right.
But yeah, it would be breakaway gates or some other system where they could get in, yes.
Very good.
All right, so I would make a motion to approve.
No.
No.
Oh, sorry. Rewind.
Okay, so we have listened to both sides. You have addressed the questions. I would like to open this up to the public. Correct, Denise Lyn? Help me out.
Yes, ma'am. Open to the public. Yes,
Thank you. Is there anyone that would like to comment about this? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion of this. Commissioner Bays. Are you good?
And the other point of clarification was the landscaping buffer. We have in the conditions, based on what the Planning Development Commission said, was the 15-foot wide type D without a wall. And the applicant has stated that he can do 25-foot type C without a wall. So is there,
Why do you want to move it from the C without a wall, from the D without a wall to the C without a wall?
Less plantings.
It makes it better for everybody as far as a
Really?
buffer, but also it makes it wider, but it eliminates the conifer requirement.
The what?
The conifer requirement,
Conifer.
which some people think are lightning rods.
it's less plantings?
I'm not really ever for less plantings, Doctor.
Like I said, I would be for either one.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve item PUD-23-01 A and B with, we eliminate the Let me see, condition number 9, that was one we wanted to eliminate. And we modify condition number 12 to include the turn lane, is that right? No, that's a DOT requirement.
To make Haggerty emergency only.
To make Haggerty emergency only, and to, we're going to, condition number 6, that was keeping it a type D with no wall, correct?
I would support that. I don't want to change it to C.
Well, then second it.
Then I second that. Thank you, guys.
Based on competent, substantial evidence.
Based on competent, substantial evidence.
It takes
Yes,
a
ma'am.
village.
It's a team effort.
I finally got that phrase beat into me, so.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any further board comment?
I'm just so glad we got to approve something for him.
I know.
Dr.
We've gotten 2 through, haven't we? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed say nay. It passes 5-0. Congratulations. Okay, 505, please, at 618 T2.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve
Second.
T2.
Second.
You have to say something first.
We have
Why?
to, it's a second required public hearing, so we have to
Yes.
give public opportunity to comment.
Okay.
Okay, I knew that. 90
Open
seconds.
to the public.
Second time
I would
he's
like to
tried slow
open this
us
to the public. T2 505 transportation impact fees. Would anyone like to speak regarding this?
After I read the ordinance.
Oh dear God, just somebody needs to fire me. Okay, go.
At the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the fee schedule of Chapter 54 of the Citrus County Code, also known as the Citrus County Impact Fee Ordinance for Transportation, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for codification and inclusion into the code, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Open to the public, please. See none. Going once, going twice, closed. Open to the public. Eric. Are you
I'm
done?
just here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay.
Motion to approve T2.
Second.
Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. It passes 5-0. Meeting adjourned.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
this is your out for the next 4 weeks.
yes. I'm really
So,
supposed to have
very
8.
best to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll be thinking of you and watching you. I'm taking.
You can do it.
I have up to 8 weeks, so good luck.